You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, that is a shot of the famous Wilson Dam, where the water of the Tennessee River pours into our wild and constantly changing playing field here. Welcome to the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. All of that water coming in. You can see those floodgates completely open. Everything pouring across the famous shoal here that made this place famous. We are just east of Florence, Alabama here. As we take a look at this, and a wild system of storms came through. Well, on Wednesday, what was to be the eve of this tournament, knocked back our start for 2 days. But hey, Mark Zona, I think we're getting ready. I think a fishing tournament is about to break out here.
Well, this is sort of weird starting day one on Saturday here on FS1. And here's what's interesting about this, Tommy. We have never covered a Bassmaster Elite Series quite like this one. Reason being is these guys get to practice Monday to Wednesday, and then the tournament starts on Thursday, and they have a very good gauge of what the heck is going on the water. Well, since they've been off the water and we got postponed, this is a new playing field. You always want to listen to your practice, but in this tournament, boy, you don't want to live by the practice you had. Literally, dry land now has 6 feet of water over it.
Boy, you can't change much more than that. That's why we say our playing field is the big story today. Knock all the pieces off the chessboard and start a new game between these anglers and the fish. They're still in there, Mark Zona. There's no doubt about that.
Exactly right. We're going to take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. So much history with the Bass. No, not just the Bassmaster Elite Series. In the state of Alabama, Pickwick Lake, one of the best fisheries you will ever find. You're looking at about, let's call it 50 miles of playing field from the legendary Wilson Dam all the way down to the west end to the Pickwick Dam. And here's the main thing is before this tournament started, it was probably going to be dominated. In the middle of your screen, you'll see one little island called Coger Island. A lot of attention there and a lot of attention, like usual, at the Wilson Dam. With all this influx of water, it has really widened this playing field and probably going to spread our anglers out a lot more. And one thing's to be said, when it is March in Alabama and there is moving water on any river system at all, they are going to bite, Tommy Sanders.
Absolutely. Well, this is the third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, what are they chasing? Well, one of the prime things they're chasing is Bassmaster Angler of the Year. So let's take a look at our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. And based on a runner-up finish at our first stop of the year, St. Johns River, then went top 10 for the last outing. Up in the northern part of the Tennessee River, Greg Hackney stands on top of that list right there.
And here's what's scary about that. Probably the best shallow, muddy water angler in the history of fishing, Greg Hackney. This tournament setting up perfect as we move on to our next event where he is a previous champion on the Sabine River. Greg Hackney sort of in the driver's seat right now.
Greg Hackney, of course, a former Bassmaster Angler of the Year. This man, two-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year. His most recent achievement of that was back in 2016. Gerald Swinville, son of the state of Alabama.
Well, we run down just a little bit from the ramp. I didn't go down as far as I wanted to go. It's a lot of floating debris, and I just felt like with everybody racing that much, I just kind of want to take my time and start. I just picked somewhere out of the current, picked a few isolated cypress trees right here, just breaking the current coming into Coffee Slough. Coffee Slough is an area where a lot of big fish get caught in the spring, so I know they're going to be headed in here. It's just to see if any of them stop right here. Kind of pitching around some of the sage grass, trees, got a black and blue jig, chatterbait. I'm just kind of pecking around, but I really want a lot of these boys to get out of the way, and I want to head back to the ramp in some of that area up there, but I figured it would be so rough there, so many boats running by, you wouldn't be able to fish, so I come down just a little. We're just gonna kind of pitch around some of this stuff, and we're looking for anywhere that the current is broke up just enough a fish can get in behind it. You know, we're gonna give them a charity ride. If they want to get in this boat and not fight the current, they got a great place to sit for the rest of the day. Whew. So I'm just kind of, those trees is a perfect place for one to be. He can just pull right in behind them and set up. We could catch a big smallmouth, we could catch a largemouth, spotted bass. Somewhere today we're going to find a group of them doing it. And it may actually be on one that's a little bigger like this right here, where you can see the current just piling in off the river. Makes a scene right here behind us. This would be a great place for a bunch of fish to set up. I'll yo-yo a chatterbait. I'll throw a speed trap, all kind of stuff there just to try to find them.
Well, the last time the Bassmaster Elite Series was here was back in 2011, a decade ago. We're about to head Mark Zona right now to the place where it was generally won and pick up Chris Aldane.
Exactly right, Chris Aldane with a very solid practice, but you can get a good look at how much water is coming into Pickwick right there. It looks like almost every gate at the Wilson Dam is flowing.
Yeah, so we made about our fourth cast here, and the current is amazing. It's running at 190,000 CFS, that's cubic feet per second. And I did the math on it last night. And imagine like literally 50 full-size school buses up on that dam right there. And it's like 50 school buses crashing off that dam every second of water. That's the volume of water coming down. 50 school buses per second. So it's moving pretty good. We just have to reposition. I caught a lot of big ones here in practice, right back here. But the fish will always stay nose up to that current. We just got to establish our little current breaks, our slack water areas. And when I run a swim bait by it, there's no question. There's no slapping. There's no nipping at it. They absolutely smoke it. So I'm already seeing some nice little breaks to the right and breaks to the left. I'm going to keep on making repetitive casts to the slick water. Look at all these boats that started behind me.
Volume of water pouring over the Wilson Dam there. You can't overemphasize it enough how much this has changed this area.
And throwing a swim bait.
Absolutely. And the one thing that could happen there near that Wilson Dam is you can see flurries. When you get in one of the right current seams this time of year, you could see massive flurries. And the thing is, it does not take a lot of bites up near that dam, as we saw in the past.
It's worth it. I just saw something surface right there. There's a little break right there. It looked like a smallmouth chasing.
If you rewind back to Monday of practice, there was only probably 3 or 4 of those gates open on that dam. Very little current. Big change since 5-6 days ago.
Of course, the conditions on what were to be days 1 and 2 of this tournament deemed not safe for the anglers out there. Thus, we did not start.
Chartreuse on this white swim bait here. The water's just a little bit off.
And if you really talk to a lot of the local anglers that fish Pickwick every single day, Pickwick gets, almost as much attention as right down the road, Lake Gunnersville is. You want that water flowing. It positions the fish to feed. They feed better. And this is the time of year where it really goes down below that dam. But not quite this much water coming.
This is about 45% more than a major big flow on Pickwick Lake here. Of course, this part of the Tennessee River has always been about current. It drops 130 feet from Decatur up on Lake Wheeler all the way to here. So even before they built the reservoirs, it was all about this huge shoal, the current. These fish live in it when those gates are open.
Absolutely. And where you see up in your top left-hand corner where Chris Zaldain is at, predominantly this time of year when that water's moving, tournaments are not won there. They're dominated in that area.
There's Greg Hackney on your right, our Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader after 2 tournaments. Buddy Gross from about 3 lakes up on Chickamauga on the Tennessee River. He knows his way around here. And Gerald Swindle, we just visited with him moments ago.
Man, so different, though, if you really put it in perspective. If you look at Greg Hackney and Gerald Swindle fishing shoreline cover, that literally was dry land a couple days ago.
All right, Gil, let's move real quick. Like, me and you gonna be what we call it, just kind of sticking and moving. We're not running out of control, but we're gonna cover a lot of water.
Gerald Swindle on his way back in the direction of the takeoff from McFarland Park there. Wanted to wait till all the traffic had cleared from takeoff. You can see the sun peeking over the Wilson Dam. We're just getting started. We got 7 hours of Bassmaster for you today, 3 hours right here on Fox Sports 1.
And our first bass of the day.
Definitely.
First bass of the day from Kenta Kimura from Osaka, Japan, a 2-pounder. He's right down the way from Zaldain there.
This was a tournament back when we were in stable conditions that was predicted to approach that century mark for 4 days, 100 pounds. Don't think we're gonna get there. Here's the thing: the rising waters, that happens here this time of year. But generally, what you want is more of a slow rise, not a hey, it's gonna rise 6 feet in the next 30 minutes. I think it'll knock the weights back a little bit. And why I say that, Tommy, is I think this morning you can already see Greg Hackney. He's casting somewhere. I guarantee you, he probably did not make a cast at all through practice. It's going to take a little bit of time for these guys to adjust and relocate the areas where they had probably caught them in practice. I think today will probably end up being the toughest day of the next 4.
Well, Chris Zaldain did an extensive interview yesterday about the current and the different places that are opened up. What's available now that wasn't available before?
What it is. Well, it's coming up, so right now it's about 56, so I can't, I'm 57, 58 is what I got in my mind.
How about we take it over to another angler who has won that Bassmaster Angler of the Year title? Brandon Polinick out of Idaho, and his starting his 2nd decade with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Hard to believe.
Yeah, and Polinick really talking to all of our anglers while they had a 48-hour timeout. Polinick was the one that was literally said, "Man, I am not living by my practice. This place is going to change."
Don't move up on it. Get in here. Gosh, he choked it too. Look at that. I mean, gone. DT6 is gone.
Expect a lot of
Look
that.
at that. I mean, sorry, buddy.
All right, we're knocking the rust off, Tommy.
Yeah, we are. We're figuring it out as we go along. Along with our 100 anglers out there full field today and tomorrow. Days 1 and 2 of this tournament here, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Glad you're with us. We'll take a break and be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Well, the under-23 men's national soccer team continued their fight for a spot in the Summer Olympics as they take on the Dominican Republic. CONCACAF men's Olympic qualifying tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Exactly, and I am fired up for that in a big way. Tommy, you really get to take a look at how different the water is. I was able to actually spend a day or two down here a couple of weeks ago. If you look on your right-hand side, that's how stable it was about 14 days ago. Well, if you look on your left-hand side, it's gone. You cannot even see that jetty anymore. A lot more color in the water, but really, as crazy as this sounds, these are the conditions you want here. When the water cleans up and filters, almost comparable to a toilet, when this water filters itself and cleans up throughout the next few days, these guys are going to absolutely knock their lights out. And as crazy as this is, we just saw Brandon Pollen catch a 2.5 pounder. Tommy, in this tournament, unlike the last event at Fort Loudon, that fish is going to mean virtually nothing here this week.
We have bigger expectations as we get back out to Chris Zaldain.
Chris Zaldain fishing in an area called the Horseshoe right below the Wilson Dam, and you'll see mixed bags come out of here. Really, you'll largemouth, smallmouth mixed, big spotted bass.
Sun getting a little higher here. Maybe a fascinating day here. It's like our colleague Ronnie Moore pointed out. We get to see how they practice and play on the same day.
Yes, and if you really look at
It's a real fast drift.
Hackney.
Just got to keep making repetitive casts in the slack water.
You take a look at Hackney, he had an unbelievable practice when this lake was 6 feet lower. He said it was one of the best practices he has had in years, and he said, I will absolutely scrap how I was catching them, and I'm gonna go where I think they're headed. Gosh, if he dials this in.
These guys have about 8 hours fishing time today. 5 fish limit, as always, 15 inches the length limit. If you want to put one in the live well for all 3 species, largemouth bass, smallmouth, and spot. And they will catch all 3 species during the course of this tournament. Zaldain hooked up.
Big one. Giant. Might be a drum. Yeah, big drum.
Yes.
Yeah, the size of that drum was good, but that drum is not going to be what we're after today. We do, Z, though, have our 3 species that we're looking at. Lay them out for us here.
Exactly right, largemouth bass, and really over the Pickwick Lake has a very good history of largemouth fishing, but really the last couple of years, it has absolutely exploded from there. One of the most historic bodies of water for catching smallmouth bass. In fact, exactly where Chris Zaldain is fishing, there's probably been about 10 million 4 to 7 pound smallmouth caught there through the decades and from there. And I think we're going to end with all of this current. I think we're going to end up seeing some really good spotted bass caught here this week. Generally, when you get that current rolling, and I have a feeling one of our anglers we have a camera with that we've not seen yet, Justin Atkins, I think we're going to see a little bit of spotted bass play in his game potentially later today.
Boy, Bob Downey is making some noise. He's our leader. He's got a 3-pound, 11-ounce fish, and he just added a 4-pound, 3-ouncer.
Hey, and that's the one thing, Zaldain hooked up again.
probably a drum. Big drum or striper. Look at that striper, dude. Gosh. Come here. Come here.
Not the right species, but I mean, it is a good
Come here, big
stripe.
It's a great example. Wow.
All right, that's a big fish, but that's not what we're after. That's a giant fish. But this is a bass tournament, not a striped bass tournament. For you watching at home on FS1, that's a giant fish, but we're gonna release it because it doesn't count.
I mean, that was a good one. Hey, and the other thing where Zaldane's fishing, Tommy, when we watch Davey Height fish here, you noticed when we started our broadcast today how many anglers are just right behind him. You know, there's a dozen or more boats already fishing below the Wilson Dam. It is a mindset that you have to be programmed for to go fish that area, to know I'm going to play bumper boats all day long. And really the other thing that goes on here is when guys start catching them, the crowds do come in, whether it's competitors or, you know, because that area is so well known. You know, generally our anglers kind of want to get off the beaten path. They want to be left alone. Oh man, when you're below that dam, you know, going in, I have to outfish that dude right next to me.
Like you say, so many tournaments have not only been won here, they have just been obliterated here with giant catches. This is the famous Muscle Shoal, even from back before there were lakes here. This is the big rapids on this part of the Tennessee River back in the day.
I mean, I don't know what it is.
You know,
that's the thing about this.
I got
it's
to
got
ask.
every kind of fish in the world. I mean, there's lots of fish. I ain't had a bite though. Ooh.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
you talked about Zaldane.
We got to the where I was going to start. It was 5 foot grass, and I had to go check it, but it's about 12 to 13 foot now, so it's different. I mean, water's muddy, and it's 7 foot deeper, 6 foot deeper, 7 foot deeper actually right in here. We're not on the lower end of the lake, but the tip of this island actually ran dry out to about where we're at right here, and it's 100 yards up there now. So, you know, it's changed, and I mean, everybody knew it was going to, so we just got to figure out where they moved to, because I'm sure they're moved. I'm sure there's fish still in the grass, but it's 14 foot deep, and it's not as easy to target like it was, so we're gonna bounce around. Hopefully they slid to the bank or went shallower, and it won't be too hard to relocate some of them. A lot of people made some big changes, I know that. I mean, more than half the fields run down the lake, and I don't even think many people practice down there, which could be really smart.
Talked about the area where Chris Zaldane is fishing, how many tournaments have been won there. Well, right where Scott Canterbury is for the last probably 60 days, there has been some giant stringers caught there. Mixed bag, mostly largemouth. The one thing Scott Canterbury was talking about, there's a massive grass flat over his left-hand shoulder, and that grass flat was, call it 4 to 7.5 feet of water. Fish were very predictable. There were groups of fish. And putting another 6 foot of water over that flat is going to make it a lot bigger challenge today.
Scott Canterbury, yet another one of our anglers we're covering today. He was a former recipient of Bassmaster Angler of the Year, did it back in 2019. 100 anglers trying to get it refigured out. Throw your practice days out. Start from scratch here and take a look at a lake that has really changed and will continue changing hour to hour here. Bob Downey, man on top. He's got 3. No, he's just 2 in the live well now, but 2 good ones, 7 pounds and 14 ounces. Tyler Carrier moving up there. Corey Johnston, one of our international anglers. Brandon Card and Justin Atkins, the native, rounding out our list at the top of the bass track. Welcome back to the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Fascinating day. 4 days of fishing that start today. Was to start 2 days ago, but the water has been so wild and unpredictable. But the rules of the game remain the same. All our 100 anglers will fish day number 1 and 2. They're out there today. They get, as we said earlier, 8 hours to fish a day. After 2 days of fishing, we will cut the field to 50. That will be Monday's round, the semifinal round, and then the final round, top 10 only, on Championship Tuesday. The biggest aggregate weight over 4 days wins the tournament. Who won the tournament last outing? Well, that was up at the other end of the Tennessee River, going out of Knoxville, and that was the man right there, Canada's Jeff Gustafson.
Just trying to get a feel for things here. Obviously, we're kind of on a completely different pond here now, so I'm just kind of where I'm at right now. I never fished here in practice. I'm just trying to kind of cast at every current break I can, and you know, I'm feeling like good chance a lot of these fish are moved up and finding places to hide out of this current. But just gonna try and burn as much water as we can here, and hopefully figure out what's happening. But pretty standard tackle. I'm gonna throw a spinnerbait, a chatterbait around a bunch, and just try and burn some water.
Well, as we mentioned 3 weeks ago, Jeff Gustafson was the man who won, not by a little, but by a lot, a convincing performance, and it's our marathon peak performance. What he showed us on Fort Loudon and Tellico on the upper end of the Tennessee River was extraordinary, Mark Zona.
Exactly right, Tommy, and really looking at that performance, taking a look back, is so rare for a Bassmaster Elite Series angler to kind of get on a bite that the rest of the field missed. This was thought to be a shallow water largemouth game, which predominantly the rest of the guys in the top 10 were doing. Jeff Gustafson down at the bottom of Fort Loudon, a master with electronics and tight lining, a little jig head minnow, catching all 18 inches or better smallmouth to really not only win that was a beat down throughout the entire week.
Very tough fishing conditions for all 100 anglers, but the margin between Jeff Gustafson and everyone else was fantastic, becoming only the second ever Canadian to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Jeff Gustafson currently stands now second in our Bassmaster Angler of the Year stats. He went top 25 at the first event of the season as well.
Going to get back up to the Wilson Dam right now with Chris Zaldain, and just taking a look at that map right there. Chris Zaldain, not the only other angler. There's about 20 other anglers around him, and a lot of fish being caught in that area right now. Chris Zaldain throwing a big swim bait, 6 and an 8-inch swim bait.
That might be a smallmouth. Yeah, it is. Feels like it. Yep. Yeah, baby. I'm awake. I'm awake this morning. That's a 3-pounder to start out, but I got that cast down. Look how fat that sucker is. I'm so fired up, dude. I got 9 hours of this. Good morning, we're here. FS1, Bassmaster Elite, Pickwick. Oh, dude, it feels so good. You cast it up there, like current, slack water. Slow it down, boom! I could do this all day, all week.
Oh, and as we learned, he absolutely will do that all day long. Hey, and the other thing that he said there, Tommy, I just learned the cast. That's the one thing you're going to see below that dam is those fish generally are not alone. There's a lot of life there this morning. You see him catch a drum, a big striper, then catches that big smallmouth right there. But he made the comment, I figured out the cast, those little seams in that current. And the other thing is you get a good look over his shoulder at the little pockets of cleaner water. That's exactly where that fish came from. Going to head back down Pickwick right now with Gerald Swindle.
We got a new leader in Frank Talley. He's got 4 fish for about 8.5 pounds.
Frank, who won a couple of lakes up at Gunnersville, about 3 lakes up last year.
Spots are 12. He goes in the bucket. Pretty sure spots are 12, but I'm gonna check it again.
Small keeper for Swindle right there. Gonna head back down towards Coger Island. See Brandon Polinick on the upstream side of the island.
Gosh, it's all the way up in the flat reeds.
Gosh, so many fish caught there the last 30 to 60 days. There's a big tournament down here. Hooked up right here for Brandon Polinick.
I got something. Oh, I got me a largemouth. Stay down. Get in here. You. They're definitely moving. Number 2. We're gonna have to get a little bit bigger. All right.
Tommy, if you take a look at that
so
beige
amazing.
sawgrass, if you remember back to the tournament, the last tournament here, and when Davey Height won, guys like Kevin Short, when that water gets high, that beige grass right there, those largemouth flood to that. And literally, that was high and dry 5 days ago.
Too.
Somewhere through this event, you are going to see
there.
some giant stringers caught near that grass.
We just heard Polinick say it. Those fish are
right,
moving
see
for
how that
sure.
little point jets out
Yes.
though? Is right on that little. Okay with them being in the obvious places. They turn into 4 and 5 pounders now. Keep chucking around long enough, they're gonna be.
Got a new leader in Pat Schlapper, who won the Bass Nation event here in November. He's got a big 414 in his 3-fish limit for about 11 pounds.
Brandon Polinick, who we're looking here, that was his second keeper. Got him in 7th place unofficially.
It kind of makes a bar right here and then drops into a little ditch. Gosh, so much fun. I want to just keep doing it again and again.
Keep doing it again and again and again. Just keep biting it.
Palaniuk with not 1 but 2 wins last season.
Yeah, and an
Champlain
unusually slow start to the season, down in the 90s in the Angler of the Year standings. But this is a tournament that really sets up in his wheelhouse. I mean, if he was wishing for any sort of conditions, it actually is the conditions that we're getting right here with all of those floodgates open.
It's like you say, this is a super interesting day because we're getting to see these guys start from square one, figure out a brand new lake, basically, than what they practiced on a week ago. And they are getting it done today. Seeing some catches come in right now. We may be on our way to a big fish catching day before it is all over.
That's the theme of this week. It's going to be largemouth versus that guy right there, the smallmouth, brown versus green in a big way.
We're finally underway with this tournament, and it's getting good. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Our coverage live, the Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake, 3rd stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, and this is day number 1. We should have started last Thursday, but conditions were just not safe because of water and wind. We'll talk about that. But let's talk about the weather right now with our TH Marine Weather Watch. Beautiful day, 61 degrees, a low of 39 degrees. We'll get a little cool at night. Mostly sunny, though, the outlook for today. Tomorrow, hey, a little bit better, a little bit warmer. And, of course, you know, these fish, Mark Zona, they obey the calendar as well, and they are, no matter what the temperatures, you get this late into spring, into winter, they are going to go, right?
Exactly, and really looking at that forecast, the water should clear up. I think that's the biggest thing, is this water just kind of stabilizing and getting a little bit cleaner. See how much color's in the water right there with Brandon Palaniuk. Is I think the more stable it gets the next few days, and it definitely should filter out. The weights definitely should, but also looking at our unofficial weights that we're seeing this morning, see it's happening right now.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Come here. No, come here. Come here. Open your mouth. Ah, man. Oh, we got her. We got her. Yeah. Woo. All right. That's more the kind we're looking for. That's a little closer. Need to make that our smallest one. Thank you.
Brandon Palaniuk said he would be in search mode, and he has been spot on so far today, pretty much scrapping exactly how he caught him in practice and making it happen a lot shallower than we saw earlier in the week through our practice with these guys. 4 more of those will go a long way. And you notice every single bite, we're going to see that today. You're going to see flurries throughout the day where these fish set up together in very, very small little current breaks, and Palaniuk right off of Main River Island.
He's a dangerous guy when he gets around a pile of big fish. He can exploit the situation with the best of them. He has proved it through the years. Another man who has proved it through many years is one of the legends of bass fishing. He's also our colleague. He is Davey Height, and the last time the Elite Series was here, 2011, well, you're looking at your winner right there, Davey Height, and we in a familiar place, Mark Zona.
And really, if you look at the water level there, it's fairly similar to where we're at right here. Granted, the water table had been there for a long time, but Davey Height with a big week. And what was amazing about that, Tommy, you and I were both in Davey's boat throughout that tournament. It was not easy. Very slow mornings, but when they would start pushing a lot of water out of Wilson, Davey Height with a huge win below the Wilson Dam.
Yeah, it took a lot of patience and a lot of faith in what he is doing, and that paid off. Had a couple of guys right on his tail to start that final day. Davey busted 21 plus to put this one away, his 8th win with the Bassmasters.
Exactly, and if you look at that non-skid mat on the Bassmaster stage, Davey Height ripping all the skin off of his kneecaps.
Well, you can bet our man Davey is on the water right now in a very familiar place. And Davey, are those knees healed yet? I mean, it's only been a decade. They should be good to go, right?
They have healed. I do have scars there. I did remove a little skin from my knees for that non-skid, as Zona so well put. But hey, it's very similar. Even though that was 10 years ago, it's very similar conditions, and the current is a good thing. But these anglers being off the water for 2 days, it's got a lot of them scrambling because they're looking for those fish. They group up. The current makes those fish group up, and the current seams the slack water just behind a boulder or something to shield from the current. But they want to be very close to it because there's so many feeding opportunities. But very similar conditions, and we're going to see a lot of good fish here caught. Maybe a little slow this morning. A lot of these anglers totally scrapped what they did in practice, trying to find a new group of fish.
Davey, looking at all that water that's coming out of the Wilson Dam compared to when you won a decade ago, this is actually as overwhelming as it looks with all that water coming out of Wilson. These are the conditions where that exact region of Pickwick, I mean, this is what they want.
Yeah, it absolutely is, Z, and it's a little dangerous. It's a little intimidating looking all the current, but these guys have a lot of experience on the water. But you've just got to locate where those fish are, just out of that current, and they move around with the different water. There's a lot more water coming over the top, over the spillway today than when I won. A lot of the water was just coming through the turbines when I won, and so that made those fish come into one small area. They're spread out, and you see the anglers are a lot more spread out than they were back in 2011 when I won that event. So that's a good thing for the anglers to be able to spread out a little bit, but those fish also spread out, so it makes it a little tougher to catch them.
Davey, I'm going to throw you one question, though, and this is for if you look at Chris Zaldane right now and see all of that water, for somebody at home, and like you said, it's intimidating. You also need to play it very safe below those dams.
Yeah, it's you have to respect the current. We had to postpone the first 2 days this start because you have to respect this current. And the big problem was with the first 2 days when we were not able to start, it was so much floating debris. But now the water has stabilized, and those logs and the things that pose so much danger, they're not out in the river like they were the previous 2 days. But these guys are experienced. They're all very conscious of how dangerous it could be, and you just have to be smart. And so far, it looks like everybody's doing a great job.
Well, Davey, thanks for all the insights, man. If anybody should be able to tell us how to win a tournament here, it would be that guy, the most recent Bassmaster Elite Series winner here. Davey Height. Now back out to Gerald Swindle, another Alabaman. Still looking for his first keeper today.
Like Brandon Polinick, Swindle made the comment that he was going to pretty much scrap practice and just completely start over. Said he loves tournaments like this. Really, it's hooked up right here.
Oh, big one right there. That's a spot that'll keep. You ain't got to measure that spotted bass.
Wow, catching spots off cypress trees, something we don't see very often here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But it shows how those fish will use anything they can to get out of that heavier current.
I just wanted to hit that jig I missed when swimming out. So it looked crazy fat, didn't it? We're on the board now, Gilbert. Tell them, don't worry about that 1 pound, just add another 1.5 pounds to it.
Solid keeper, spotted bass for Swindle right there. And Swindle said, man, I love a tournament like this when you pretty much have to scrap all of your practice and start over. Really levels the playing field, and you'll find out who can make the fastest adjustments by totally scrapping what went on in practice.
Something to show you here, something kind of brand new for us here. We call it the Humminbird Bird's Eye View. Boy, a picture worth 1,000 words. That one tells a big part of the story here at Pickwick.
Exactly. Really listening to Chris Zalday, and he talked about, I don't know how many, what did he say, school buses of water that go over that Wilson Dam every second. Number one, who hangs out at night and calculates how many school buses of water go over?
Chris Zalday.
Exactly. Said nobody ever. But that area right there over, you know, if you look over that tree line, when you look into the horseshoe, that is where, like Davey said, it did not happen when he won. He was right below the turbine, the main turbine of the Wilson Dam. But obviously with every single gate open, spreading the anglers out a lot more today.
What's incredible, Z, is for the folks at home, they may not know, like, there are giant boulders and giant rocks that you cannot see now that were visible just a few days ago.
We'll start popping.
Gosh, that is a great look.
Yeah, so I probably made maybe 60 casts so far, and I probably caught 10, 12 fish. Mostly drum, one big striper, one smallmouth. And it's just like in practice. I established a couple of current breaks, and you really have to develop a feel for it. I'm throwing a 1 ounce swim bait, and you feel the current, then you feel slack water, then you back it off a little bit and just slow it down. And those big smallmouth, big drum, big stripers are just laying in that slack water underneath the water in like 10 feet of water. And when you bring it by one's face, you can't bring it by down current. It's got to be up current of its face. And if it's a game fish, it's here to eat shad, big shad. And you see all the birds in the area here. They're all diving on big shad. And I got all day, and I'm going to stay here all day and do it and look for a 25-pound bag of smallmouth. I got one 3+ pounder. But just like in practice, it was every cast, drum, 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 and then an hour later, smallmouth, smallmouth, smallmouth. So we're on it, and a lot of guys started here. You can see all the boats in the back, couple over here, but I like getting in a spot locking down in this slack water. My trolling motor is not working too hard because I found a nice little eddy, and I got this cast here, and I got that cast right there, and look how pretty that current is coming out of those rocks. When I came here the first day, there was 5 feet less water, so I was literally catching them right underneath the boat. Big largemouth were here. Caught a 5-pound largemouth, 3.5-pound smallmouth, but now you're having to reassess the water and read the water. So today and all week is going to be a water readers tournament. So you get to read all the little current and current breaks, and when you throw something that big by them, they can't help it. They got to smoke it.
Boy, that is pretty much, he broke down exactly the game right there. Hey, the other thing, Ronnie, really, if you look at where he's at right there, he's only 3 miles, let's call it, from McFarland Park right there in Florence. The other benefit of that area all the way to our takeoff is that area is reloaded every week. Every single week, it is reloaded, restocked with fish from local tournaments. And I'm not talking, you know, a couple hundred fish. You're talking a couple tons of bass every few weeks.
That is the main ramp for a lot of these tournaments, so you're exactly right, Z.
That current coming in, there's a swirl there, there's a swirl here, swirl there, and then ripping current. So they're just hanging out back here, and then when they pull up to feed, they'll go right up to the face of that current. It's just like you guys, man. I mean, you cast up current and let your bait kind of swim into them.
Chris Zaldain not only breaking it down so good, he's doing exactly what he loves to do. If you've followed him over the last few years, he is in heaven right now.
Now, he is a big fish dude, and he is definitely throwing a big fish bait today. Nice to hear him say he's going to do that all day long, because you feel about it any time that that technique, where he's doing it, absolutely is going to explode.
Yeah, that's going to be true for a few other anglers as well, and we will be on that all day long. Things looking good for day number 1 of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake. We'll be right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of Bassmaster Elite Series.
This is stop number 3 for the Elite Series 2021, Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Tomorrow, we got more coverage for you. That'll be day number 2 of this tournament. And we start right here on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Give you 3 hours of coverage tomorrow as well. That'll be day number 2. Also, if you want an alternative view of what's going on here on Pickwick Lake, you can check out Live Mix on Bassmaster.com. Our colleagues, Such and Ronnie, are sort of taking turns hosting that one as well, doing double duty here. And I'll give you a look at some different anglers who are out there. A lot of coverage going on Pickwick today, and I think it's paying off. We're seeing some good fish catches. Still waiting on things to pop for Greg Hackney, though, our leader, Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
And Craig Hackney with a great practice here this week, Ronnie.
Former winner here.
The one got in there, didn't it? Oh, pressure bite. You got it good anyway. To put him on that black ball, but I was like, it's too early. I finally got a bite. I can catch a bass. I can. I've proved it to myself. I mean, I ain't fished in so many days, I didn't even know if I could still do that.
Boy, if you rewind and look at past tournaments here, if that grass, that sawgrass over Hackney's shoulder starts to play.
He had it good. Pressure.
He will be a big force this weekend.
You know what I mean? Like, there was never a bite. I finally just said, one's got to have it. I don't know why it would be stuck to the bottom. Patience is a virtue.
Get you a little bonus coverage right there. We head back down.
What?
Back upriver to Florence, our host city. And Scott Martin has actually been doing very, very good. Here's some footage of him earlier today. Currently, Scott is in first place unofficially.
Right there with the takeoff in the background, Tommy.
We saw some video
Yeah,
of
and we
him.
talked about that somebody was going to catch him right outside of McFarland Park. As you said, Ronnie, there are tournaments at McFarland Park about once every hour of the week on Pickwick. Davey Height tracking down Scott Martin, having a big morning.
That Z with all those fish up in the current at the dam, with 100,000 coming out of the dam. When 200,000 comes out, some of those fish stay and some of them slide back down where it's not as in their face, which is right here at McFarland because it's so close, like you said.
Well, we saw some video. Day number 1, we were all geared up and ready to go and then couldn't go. And Scott Martin said, well, I got time to do some homework anyway. And we take it out to our colleague who was right in that area, Davey High. Oh, he's right on Scott Martin. And obviously Scott did his homework right here close to home, right where he was standing, Davey.
Yeah, Tommy, it's really amazing. I asked Scott, I pulled up and he's caught probably 5 fish in the last 10 minutes. He's culling. He's got a real good stringer going this morning. And I asked him, I said, did you practice here this close? And he said, no, I just had it on my mind with all this current. Thought a lot of these fish would be pushed back in some of this slack water. And I don't even know if he's had to start his big engine this morning. A lot of guys running, 30, 40, maybe even almost 50 miles to go try to locate some fish, and Scott Martin obviously doing a very, very wise, making a very wise decision and making a good move by not going very far at all. And he's doing really, really well, catching multiple fish. He just missed one right there. Said he just lost a 5-pound smallmouth right before we pulled up, but he's well on his way to have a great bag, no doubt.
Davey, one of the weird dynamics here on Pickwick that we don't really see on a lot of other bodies of water that we go to is on this upper end of Pickwick, you get to see that. You get to see that largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass mix. Why more so on this body of water than other river systems we go to?
It's just perfect habitat. A lot of bait. We heard Chris Aldane talk about how many shad, and that's what has always impressed me about the whole Tennessee River, especially here at Pickwick. So much cover, so much bait. It just makes it a perfect scenario for largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass.
Well, Davey, thank you so much. Davey Hyde, always where the action is down there. The action is with Scott Martin right now, unofficially. Got a good limit in the boat, somewhere in the region of 16, 17 pounds. That's strong. We're still basically in the first quarter of this ball game, if you want to compare it to football. But let's move on down the lake a little bit. Pick it up again with Brandon Polinick, who has been sort of slowly putting the puzzle together.
You can see guys really starting to dial in quickly here on day one. We knew it was going to be kind of a scramble. All of our anglers not on the water the last 48 hours.
That tree is really screwing up my cast, like right where it needs to be. Come on, get in here. Thank you, buddy. It's a good one. Gosh, they're eating it so good. Not very long, but he is chunky. Gosh, they're healthy.
It's like a 15-incher that weighs almost 3 pounds. Fish look built so good here.
That one kind of surprised me. I wasn't expecting that one.
All right, that's 4 fish, getting close to a limit there for Brandon Polinick. He's got a couple, actually 3 that he'd like to get rid of right now, 2 that he'd like to get rid of right now. But as you say, boy, they are eating. They are eating it good, and they've been eating all week long, obviously. They're built.
Brandon Polinick saying, I'm pretty much going to go out here with a clean slate. I'm going to wipe 3 days of practice away, and, well, he has done that to perfection this morning.
That's going to move him up the leaderboard. 1 point there. Brandon Polinick now from 7th to 6th. Scott Martin on top, though. We saw Scott Martin working back at McFarland Park at the takeoff there. Bill Lowen making a big move up the leaderboard so far today. Frank Talley, who's won on the Tennessee River last year here, and Pat Schlapper's won here as well. A lot of big players in this one. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Third stop of the year and much anticipated, a trip to a fabulous Pickwick Lake here on sort of the bottom end of the Tennessee River, the last stop before the final lake, Kentucky Lake here. These guys are getting a new playing field here. They practiced last week, but that water's gone. We got a ton of new water in here, and they're figuring it out there. And let's take a look right now at our Seaguar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. We always have a tremendous group of rookies every year. This year, led so far by Justin Hamner with a slim lead over the winner from our first stop of the year on the St. John's, Brian New, Strassner, Robertson, Schlapper. Pat Schlapper doing very well in this tournament. Pat, who has won the Bass Nation event here last year. So a good, strong group of rookies right here. Of course, last year we had some good rookies as well. One of those rookies, although he was a well-traveled rookie and a well-rewarded rookie, but a great season nonetheless, including a win at Lake Eufaula for Buddy Gross from Chickamauga, further up the river.
Fishing some of these shallow bars that were out of the water all during practice, just trying to see if I can figure out where these fish have gone to get out of this current. And I think there's just still too much out here on top of this stuff. It's rolling. I'm probably gonna have to find some stuff completely out of the current or on the edge of the current, which is not what I was hoping. I was hoping that it pulled right up on top of these bars and behind them, just trying to get, you know, an easy meal coming by. I think the water's just a little bit too dirty. If the water was cleaner, I really believe this would be the deal, but water being this dirty, they're probably gonna hang a little closer to some cover, and that ain't really what I wanted to do today, but it's all practice today until we figure out what's going on. But so far I've hit like 3 of these bars like this and I hadn't had a bite, so we're fixing to make another move and just keep trying. I'm gonna probably have to hit some cover just to see if that's where they're at, and then try to run it the rest of the day. But I really want to be
gross
here.
fishing a very popular area right there on the inside of Coger Island. A master fishing the Tennessee River from Lake Chickamauga, and this surprised
right
me.
now was completely out of the water. I mean, like it was 3 feet out of the water. We were here, maybe 4. I mean, it was like looking up on a little ridge. It's got a great current break. I mean, they can sit right behind it. I just don't think they're sitting out here yet because they can't see.
Buddy Gross made a big splash, as we mentioned earlier, his first season with the Bassmaster Elite Series. That was last year. Of course, we all had to pause for all the health concerns there after the Classic, but in this month of June, well, the PGA Tour and the Bassmaster Elite Series both got started back on the same week, and man, oh man, it made it a great one to watch, especially the last day exploits of this man, Buddy Gross.
Exactly, a huge last day, and we kind of didn't see that coming. We knew he had a solid stringer, but actually coming from behind to take that victory. And here's what's amazing, Tommy. I said, well, you know, you're a Tennessee River guy from Lake Chickamauga. You have a lot of experience in Pickwick? He said, absolutely not. Why would I leave Chickamauga to go anywhere else? There we go.
Yeah, let's
Justin
talk about
Atkins
some experience here.
Down Pickwick on the main river. Justin Atkins probably more experience here than anybody else in our field from Florence, Alabama.
Big. Ain't big as I thought, but good gosh, he crushed that thing. I mean, look at that. Not 4 foot of slack in my line. It'll go in the box. So.
Keeper number 2 for Justin Atkins.
They got me fired up. Ain't nothing better than hitting that spinnerbait.
Interesting seeing what Atkins is doing, fishing the steeper banks, not the flatter stuff that we've seen so far with guys like Swindle and Hackney.
2-4.
Those fish that live on that main river, really the only place they have to go when you have that much current is to the bank back over
big mouth. He just ain't got much
up
body.
Lake, Brandon Polinick.
You know, 15-ish, and then catch a couple 6s or 7s, a couple 8s. Roll in with 40. That's a good one. Oh gosh. He chomped it too. Woo. I can barely get my hands around that little fat nugget. Look at that. Would you just Did you just look at it? I mean, look at it. That's how you know they're eating it. You let that line loose and it is head first. I'm gonna kind of just take it easy for a second right here though, because it's such an obvious place. Got these guys running around. Fish will be all right for now. All right, stick them in the box real quick before the next group of guys come, but that's all right. Come on. We got 5. Time to start calling.
Take another look at that catch there. This is going to be the 5th keeper for Brandon Polinick.
And we said that we were going to see flurries throughout this tournament whenever you have current fishing, literally pushing fish shallow, like we're seeing on this body of water right now. Polinick has really, every single fish he has caught so far has been in about, call it about a 15 to 20 yard stretch.
All right, Brandon Polinick, that puts him up in 2nd place right behind Scott Martin. Welcome to you. Great to have you with us this morning in our coverage of this first day. It should be the 3rd day, but the first day of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And we're really just getting started here, just getting into the 2nd quarter of competition here. And Mark Zona, we see guys like Scott Martin, Brandon Polinick, and many more. It seems like it's going a little faster than we expected. These guys, especially since they're starting from 0 today.
Really, and I think what we're getting to see already is guys that scrapped their practice, that came out here today with a white sheet of paper like Polinick, like Scott Martin, and gambled a little bit on where these fish were going from all of that rising water. Look, whenever you have river connected to a body of water, whether it's the Tennessee River, the Coosa River, when a lot of current pushes through, it doesn't even matter in the state of Alabama. When you have river and current, those fish are going shallow, especially in the month of March. Look for big fireworks throughout today as long as that water stays up.
Well, we were anticipating fireworks all week long here, and it's delayed gratification. We're just getting started, 2 days late, but boy, the fireworks are kind of looming on the horizon there right now. Great to have Ronnie back in the studio. Ron Moore here at the Screen of Knowledge. And what knowledge are you going to tap us into today, Ron?
Well, people thought maybe with all of this current, all of the crazy situations and changes to this body of water that maybe Pickwick wouldn't produce the bigger weights that we expected coming into the event. And it obviously, we're getting started the first hour or two of competition, but we're seeing signs of a fishery that is very healthy. The fish that are coming out of it, smallmouth and largemouth, very big this time of the year, very good. And it is one of the best fisheries in the country. We try to go to some of the best lakes in the country, if you don't know, on Fox Sports 1. But Pickwick, where does it rank? Over the last decade, we've listed out our best bass lakes in the country. Bassmaster Magazine has listed the top 100 lakes in the country. And over the last decade, we have the whole list. And Clear Lake in California was number 1. Lake Guntersville in Alabama, just down the Tennessee River from us now, was number 2. Lake Erie up in the north, where New York, Pennsylvania, that area was number 3. Where does Pickwick fall? 13th in the best lakes of the decade on Bassmaster's top lakes. It shows smallmouth, largemouth, deep fish in the summer, shallow fish in the spring. Despite the high muddy water this week, Pickwick is still going to produce a lot of very good weights. We've seen it in college events in April. Recently, the last few years, we saw it in the Elite in 2011 as well, the last time we were here at the pro level.
Much like Lake Guntersville, Pickwick enjoys a fantastic reputation, as you mentioned there, Ronnie Moore, and it's bigger than it usually is right now because of all the water in there, about 50 miles long, 45,000 acres, and there are your unofficial, according to Bass Track, leaderboard right there with Scott Martin on top. Polinick, we just saw him complete a limit there. Bill Lowe and Frank Talley and and Pat Schlapper, all of them vying for that top spot early on day number 1.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Well, tomorrow, the best season ever continues on Fox as NASCAR Cup Series rolls into Atlanta, where every turn is its own test. You can catch all the action for the Fulls of Honor Quick Trip 500 at 3 Eastern on Fox and anywhere on the Fox Sports app. Looking forward to that.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Big victory last week in Arizona from Martin Truex. I don't have him this week, my friend.
You do not.
I'm gonna slice over to Joey Logano this week.
Well, Atlanta's a different beast. It may be a good one to get on different horses. Z.
Taking a look at Gerald Swindle, just outside of McFarland Park, just south of our leader, unofficial leader, Scott Martin. It was said coming into this tournament there would be 1 or 2 top 10s within sight of our takeoff. So far, playing true. You know what, in going off of what Ronnie put up there at Bassmaster's top, lakes, venues that we go to throughout the country, you ask yourself, what makes Pickwick so good, or a Gunnersville or a Chickamauga? And really, if you look at what's different about these lakes compared to other lakes that we've been to on the Tennessee River, it is flats and grass. When these fish have massive, massive flats where they can spawn, reproduce, and having grass to literally protect them, and when you combine that with a massive amount of forage, any Tennessee River that has grass in it, though, Tommy, that we've been to the last 2 or 3 decades, absolutely, they're always at the top of the list of the Tennessee River.
What's really cool is that oftentimes you go to a lake and you can get in a similar region in the spring, the summer, the fall, and you can do well in tournaments. Here's the case, but it could be one at the dam, or it could be one all the way at the other dam up in Tennessee.
Pickwick Dam, yeah.
Anywhere on Pickwick can factor. You have the Woodlands, which was where Gerald Swindle started, that Woodlands Coffee Slough region. You have the Koger Island, where Polinick and Gustafson have been some. And then you have all the ledge territory once you get up to Bear Creek, Waterloo, Yellow Creek. We'll get a breakdown of that as well, but it's just like anywhere you can choose, you can factor any time of year.
Try one of these
You know what's
sweeping
weird
casts.
about that, Ronnie, is so unofficially 5 out of our top 12 right now in the standings are fishing from right there to the dam, which is only a 2 or 3 mile stretch that every single angler in this field knows the history of how tournaments are. They're dominated right there. And if you're watching this on FS1, you say to yourself, well, if all these guys know it, why isn't the whole field fishing right there? And again, it's a mindset. There are so many of these anglers that just do not want to go rub rails with other competitors, knowing that there's going to be big stringers caught right there.
See how relatively placid it is there in McFarland Park there. It is a protected spot right there. And of course, obviously a population that gets replenished regularly. For sure, a lot of reasons to fish there. And Brandon Polinick has his reasons for fishing right here. He's put a good limit in the boat.
He's put a good limit in the boat on that exact cast. Yeah. That's the one thing we talked about, is how this current compresses those fish together.
That feels a little better. Get in there. Think he gonna make it either.
It'll be 15 inches.
He makes it. That one makes it.
Fish makes it all day long.
See if he's.
Gosh, and if you look at how all of those fish are built, that Polinick, granted, they're not the giants that have been caught here in the last 30 to 50 days.
Man, it's a tough call.
I don't think he helps.
I could balance beam him, but.
You'll probably see Polinick lean on this a little more than. You're going to see a lot more freestyling from Polinick today, trying to add on to this area.
not in the hard stuff. I guess a couple of them do. A couple of them do. I don't know if he's gonna help or not. He might help. Put him on the beam.
We just saw Brandon do what's called culling here. If you have 5 fish, you have your limit. You can add to that limit.
They're not in here. My line's swimming off.
By taking a smaller one out, putting a bigger one in, but you can only have 5 fish in a box at one time.
And Tommy, if you make a mistake and accidentally have 6 and continue fishing, there's a 2-pound penalty that is kind of placed on you, which you can cull your smallest out like you normally would, but you have a 2-pound penalty later. Brandon Polinick, one of those guys that has done that numerous times, hasn't hurt him when he's won, but it is a penalty to be aware of.
For sure. Oh, there's the music. Signifying something important.
Exactly right, my friend. And really the power pole replay of the day so far is the flurry that Brandon Polinick has gone on. We've got 10 cameras out there. And Polinick was about the shakiest angler that we talked to. He said, look, man, here's what I'm going off of. I'm going off of about 30 years experience and just going to freestyle and go where I think the bass are headed with this rising water. And he has done that absolutely to perfection. And granted, we've not seen one of those true Pickwick giants so far, but a very, very solid stringer for Brandon Polinick. That is going to be your power pole replay of the day. And I think what we're seeing with Polinick as we get into this tournament tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday, I really think that's going to be the theme. When you get around 1, you don't get around 1, you get around 2, 3, 4, 5. All of his damage so far today has been in about a 20-yard stretch, and that's going to be your power pole replay of the day. Brandon Polinick.
Just look at it.
Interesting to watch him sort of kind of hide his catch from passing boats and stepping off this place a little bit. He knows the value of a spot like this.
Absolutely, and really, Buddy Gross, who's having a miserable morning, is only about a half a mile away, but fishing a lot deeper. Polinick said, I thought with this rising water, they'd go shallow, and he definitely has gambled right. Going to head back down Pickwick right now with a local, Justin Atkins. Boy, he is fishing a lot steeper banks than anybody in our field so far today.
That's a better one. Right where it's supposed to be. Man, that's so awesome. That's probably my favorite bite on this whole lake at this time of year, is catching on that old white blade.
Gosh, you get a good look at all that debris in the water over his right-hand shoulder. Dirty white-bladed spinnerbait. We haven't seen that on the Bassmaster for like 34 years.
You mentioned it, that region Polinick, Buddy Gross has been in. It's not far from where Gross took a major title here on this body of water. It was, albeit later in the year.
It ain't much. I don't even press 14 or 15.
Spinnerbait, big player so far today. Colored water. Buddy Gross getting off of the main river, we noticed, getting back in a pocket just up lake from Justin Atkins.
There's one.
So Buddy Gross on the leaderboard now. Here's the man topping the leaderboard. Scott Martin on there. Basically right where the launch takes place in McFarland Park and just around the corner taking advantage of what's going on there, not burning a lot of gas. Might be one of the good keys to having a good day on day number 1 of this tournament here. We'll be back with more.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Boy, lots of excitement this morning from here on the Tennessee River, but next we are headed to Texas for the month of April. Our next event is going to be the Sabine River. It flows out of Toledo Bend there in East Texas and makes its way down to the Gulf of Mexico and Orange, Texas, braiding out into the Gulf there. That's a place where they catch everything. They catch everything from black drum to redfish, but man, they love their bass fishing down there on the Sabine River, and we look forward to that. We love that place. Beautiful, challenging for these anglers as well. Let's get it out to Greg Hackney. We saw him get on the board a little bit ago after having a bit of a slow start today.
Like Brandon Polinick, Hackney said he was going to start over today, and it's starting to work for Greg Hackney. A lot of history here. Ron Moore made the comment. Big victory here for Greg Hackney about a decade ago. Not quite a decade ago. Greg Hackney actually with a lot of experience on Pickwick. Well, I think the one question's been answered for any of our viewers that are watching this on FS1. You look at areas like Polinick and Hackney that was dry ground 4 days ago, Tommy, and a lot of people ask, well, how fish do bass come shallow? Well, that has been answered today.
Get in here. Woo!
There we go.
Gosh, I started reeling it out and I saw that sucker come up and try to get it. That's what we came back in here for. Yeah! Forgot to spin that camera around, I'm sorry. Yes! That's more like it. That is more like it. Slide that one in there.
Watch that fish eat it. Watch.
Oh, wow.
That's a bite.
Oh, let's see. I think that one's good. Red.
Talked to Cody Harrison, one of the guys who went to North Alabama for college, fished right here on the banks of...
Well, the problem is, like, some of this stuff has so much debris.
He mentioned this region of Pickwick where Brandon Polinick is, that this is where it would go down if it didn't happen at the tail race, just based on the different attributes this place has. So many channel swings, so much shoreline cover, current breaks.
I know we're not leading at this point because they're just biting, and someone's got bigger ones than we do. But man, it has been fun just catching fish.
Kind of watch to your right hand.
It's been awesome. Caught some cranking, caught some on chatterwagon, got some flipping. It's been pretty fun.
Actually goes to reel it in.
Pretty dang fun.
On this cast, Z.
And it's only not even 9 o'clock.
That was aggressive.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Kyle. Oh, Sorry.
Like we mentioned, there are a couple key areas on Pickwick and a couple key anglers that we're looking at this week and getting kind of a heads up on the changing situations. And one of the key anglers when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing was Brandon Pollock, the guy we just saw put a good limit together this morning already. Also saw Greg Hackney just catch one. He was also a high percentage pick as well, but I wanted to, like I do every day one, Tommy. I know normally we do this on Thursdays, but I'm doing it on Saturday, being completely transparent with who my team is this week so we can set the record straight. I did not change based on all the conditions. I did not want to just start changing and going willy-nilly with all the rising water. I think that, you start to second guess. Like, I'm sitting here in Little Rock, don't know exactly what's happening day to day, what these guys were on in practice, but this is the way my team lined out. Brian Schmidt, Clint Davis, Stetson Blaylock, Brad Watley, and Justin Atkins, the local favorite. Really the only high percentage pick of mine. But it basically goes down the top 20 anglers in our Angler of the Year race here, the next 20, middle of the pack, from 60 to 80, and then the bottom 20. That's how it lines out when you're picking your team. And one of the teams that had some of those high percentage picks, I mentioned Greg Hackney, our Angler of the Year leader. He's got some momentum from the first two events after getting 2 top 10s and history here. 39% of fantasy fishing players chose him on his team. Second best in that bucket was Brandon Pollock, 10 or 11% for him. And then we've got some other high percentage picks. Kyle Welcher with 12 roughly. Stetson Blaylock around that 12 percentage mark. Matt Airy as well. And then the highest picked angler, as expected, Florence, Alabama is his hometown. Justin Atkins, 49% of the fantasy fishing players picked him. I normally stay away from that, but with all the changing conditions, Justin Atkins is going to know what to do more than anyone else on this body of water, and that is why he is on my Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing team.
Ronnie, real quick, 2 things. Number one, insane profile pick. It's very Richie Cunningham-esque. And I have to throw it out to you, Ronnie. You kind of, and it surprises me, looking at your list right there, you decided to not go with Scott Martin, who you were very high on Wednesday afternoon. Why? Number one, why did you point out Scott Martin?
I just thought that with someone, he's probably got the second most experience on Pickwick, even though he's from Florida. How many professional events he's fished here, how many TV shows he's done here. I figured Scott Martin would be able to adjust on the fly, knowing some of those different changes because he's seen it throughout the year. But I didn't pick some of those guys. I picked some of the guys who are good with current, good with pre-spawn. We've seen Stetson Blaylock, Clint Davis, Brian Schmidt all do well early in the year, whether it was this year or last year. And then Justin Atkins, obviously, is one of the shoe-ins, being the local.
Wild
Ronnie,
week for
full
fantasy.
Disclosure, in that profile pic, were you wearing a sweater vest?
No, I wasn't. I was sitting beside Tommy.
I was
just
curious.
cropped out the Tommy Sanders out of this. The only time I'll do that.
Do you
Tommy,
even
I'm
know
sorry.
Do you even know who Richie Cunningham is?
No, I don't. But you put me on the spot while I was on camera, so I had to smile and laugh.
Didn't he play quarterback for the Eagles? I think so.
No, that's Andy Dalton, the new Chicago Bears quarterback.
Yes. I love that. When we were at our last event on the Tennessee River in Knoxville, the thoughts were Russell Wilson to your Chicago Bears, but instead you got Andy Dalton. How about that, Z?
The city of Chicago doesn't seem to have openly embraced that trade.
Yeah, and since then, my Cardinals got J.J. Watt. Just wanting to put that out there. Okay, I'll see y'all later.
Well, there's another one going in the box for Greg Hackney, as you pointed out, the second most picked fantasy guy leading up to the start of this tournament. Today is, by the way, the start of the tournament. If you're just picking up with us, it was supposed to have started on Thursday. Conditions made it unfishable or not safe for the anglers to do their job on the first 2 days, so we're taking day 1 on Saturday, day 2 on Sunday, and so forth.
You know, Tommy, and really, if you look at Hackney starting to quietly rise up the standings, we talk about that sawgrass right there, that beige sawgrass going off of years past here. Not even here, not on Pickwick, but I mean, go to places like Santee Cooper. This time of year, those fish, they absolutely flood to that to spawn.
You shall be paid for your efforts.
That Seth Fighter in the background.
I'm hoping you get 4 days of it now. Bingo. I guess unless Kyle's running camera. I'm gonna slide up and see if I can. I'm gonna try to catch one off this break again, and then I might. I don't know. There's just a big like flat here, and it turns into some grass down there. I don't know. I've caught them all right here, so. I don't really know, Steve, because this was dirt. I don't know. I'll tell you if you are.
Well, you're seeing some of the pockets here on Pickwick getting a lot of attention. You're looking at Steve Kennedy, Greg Hackney, Seth Fighter in the background, and a lot of these pockets were, you couldn't access them 3 days ago. You can now. A lot of anglers starting to group up together on Pickwick.
Brandon Polinick, obviously attracting a crowd as well. He's got a few onlookers now, and why not? He's pulled himself within a pound of our leader, unofficially, Scott Martin. He's starting to heat up. It seems to get better with every passing half hour here on Pickwick. We have seen some great catches so far, some great efforts. And it most likely is only going to get better throughout the day. We'll be back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Stop number 3 for 2021, the Bassmaster Elite Series, Pickwick Lake. First of 3 tournaments we will have during the course of the season in the state of Alabama. Great to have you with us. We got plenty more fishing on the way. And Mark Zona, I think you have got a before and after interesting look to show us here.
Yes, taking a look at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. That first image right there of that boat dock high and dry out of the water. Well, that was 2 weeks ago, and this is what you are looking at now, about a 6-foot rise in Pickwick. And again, taking a look at this Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, we wondered with this rise, how fast would those bass get shallow? Well, that answer has been answered, or that question has been answered in a big way. It only took a couple days for those fish literally to get in inches of water so far. Taking a look, your Angler of the Year leader right here, Greg Hackney. And I would say, it really surprises me. I thought the shallow water bite was going to transpire, but it might be another day or two, where the fish are, hey, the water rose, it's time to go shallow. Boy, they followed that water right up. We've seen a lot of really shallow fish catches so far today. Oh, there's a great look at that sawgrass here, and one of the pockets right off of Pickwick. And Tommy, again, where you see Hackney right there, you could not get to that. When this was at Winter Pool, when Pickwick was at Winter Pool at the beginning of the week, you couldn't get to that for the last 3 months.
Yeah, there's just a bunch of flats that these guys are now able to navigate and get to these spots, which is, I gotta think there's almost as many advantages as disadvantages from the change in the lake over the past week.
Well, and I think what Ronnie was talking about, there was 2 areas that pre-flood stage, whether it was the tail race or really call it just the Coger Island area, 2 or 3 miles each way at Coger, it was going to compress these anglers together. You're going to see half the field at the tail race and half the field around that island. I think more than anything it's done in this tournament so far, it's spread everybody out more.
You know what I mean? I fished a bunch of stuff exactly the same and didn't get a bite. One was on a bush, 2 were on some grass. I'm just, it's just like a few of them come up. So I've yet, it's not like something I'm like, well, I can just run down the lake and it ain't like that. So just keep fishing. I was totally surprised to see him, though. I did think he would be up there behind the dam. We couldn't have stayed up there very long.
Hackney talking about Kennedy right there.
We ain't been fishing that long.
Take a look.
Yeah, no, I'm like, hell, the sun just got over the trees.
And I asked Kennedy, we've covered him below the dam in tournaments past. He said he couldn't get that bite going throughout practice and totally bailed on it this morning. Didn't even start there.
Take a look at something. This happened with Steve Kennedy right here moments ago.
Oh, boy. And that was a good one.
That was a chunk, too.
Eerily similar to the fish lost from Kennedy on Fort Loudon a couple weeks ago.
Wow. Stuck the hook back in the bait. That was another one in the same spot.
The year before, our colleague Davey Height won here. Steve Kennedy placed third, 2010, right here on Pickwick. Steve Kennedy, a lot of people looking for him to do very, very well here, and he may yet do it today. That was a little bit of a setback there. Let's go back to the takeoffs. Let's go back to McFarland Park, of course, where we saw Scott Martin operating out there, doing very well. And there's our man, Dave Mercer. And Dave, a few extra days here in this mecca of bass fishing, Pickwick Lake. I mean, everybody was loaded for bear, ready to start on day number one. And you just got to wait for a while. But I think what we've seen today is they've done their homework in the 2 days they've had off the job.
They definitely have, guys. And one of the reasons this one was so frustrating for a lot of the anglers is because this was setting up to be, the home run derby. Literally everybody I talked to was on them. And to go through the last few days of this, it's really the most compelling tournament for me, really, in recent history, because we always talk about, that one tournament you could have where there's no pre-fish, where everything starts fresh, and where you really get to see those anglers break down and adapt to the situations as they change. That's exactly what we're going to get to deal with this week. And you talk about the tale of two different stories. We had to cancel, or postpone the first 2 days of this tournament because, the lake ended up where our tournament is, literally right at our weigh-in site. And now, as you know, our tournament leader, Scott Martin, and right over my shoulder, Matt Airy fishing right here. And I'm going to tell you, this area that they're fishing, guys, it's funny because yesterday when we were down here watching the river, just basically checking at the levels and everything, when I came down, when Davey came down, different times, we saw kayak anglers, and every single time they were catching fish, through here. So we're like, is somebody going to get onto this? Well, it looks like these guys have got onto it, and as you can see, Matt Airy's got a fish right over my shoulder.
Hey, Dave, real quick, one of the things for some of our viewers on FS1, the anglers were not allowed on the water Thursday and Friday, where you start to kind of lose touch with what you had transpiring throughout practice. But I did hear that a lot of anglers drove around the entire lake just to check water quality, water color. Tell our viewers kind of why they would just visually want to see that.
Definitely. And the other move that we heard a lot was a lot of anglers actually went up to Wilson and spent some time fishing. But when you drive this entire lake, number one, it's going to give you your idea of watercolor, but it also, if you watch the runoff lines, that was really interesting to me, because I did the same thing as I drove around, and you can actually see the runoff lines. And what I mean by that, as the water starts to raise, you can see kind of those little guts and alleys that get eroded and made, in these areas, and you can really get an education by watching that, and as the water drops throughout this event, being able to adapt for that. So, it really is a pretty unique setup, but our anglers were driving around the lake, our anglers were fishing on Wilson, they were pacing like dogs, they just wanted to get out there, but happily they are.
Dave, thank you so much. So good that you're able to watch some of the important action going on from your vantage point right there at the weigh-in. Dave will be presiding over the weigh-in when that occurs later this afternoon, but we have so much more fishing. We're not even halfway through this first day of competition at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick. And Pickwick, of course, if you're just picking up with us, got slammed by a system of storms the day before we were supposed to start the tournament. Couldn't fish the first 2 days. Now today is the first of 4 days of fishing. So these guys are adapting, and they're figuring it out as they go along, and we're seeing why some of them are so good, the catches we've seen today.
You know, a lot of catches so far from the tail race area, really within 2 or 3 miles from the tail race to McFarland Park, Tommy. And I asked your Angler of the Year leader, Greg Hackney, who is, well, again, so much history here on Pickwick. I said, will you fish that tail race area? He said, not only will I not fish it, I will never check it in practice. He said, I can't handle that. He said, I do not want to be below that dam. I don't want any part of that current. And the other thing is, Greg Hackney does not like fishing around other human beings, whether it's in a tournament or not. And he said, look, I may lose this tournament by 30 pounds, but if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it my way.
Well, his way has worked out pretty well through the course of Greg Hackney's career. Yeah. He's just outside our top 10 right now, still led by Scott Martin, his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this is his best outing so far. Excellent limit that he got very early on, not too far from where we saw Dave Mercer standing just moments ago. Brandon Polinick, the 5-time winner with the Bassmaster Elite Series, Bill Lowen, Frank Talley, and Pat Schlapper, and all the rest. We'll be back checking on them when we return.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Still in the first half of our first day of fishing here for this Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake. We'll have coverage for you right here, FS1 tomorrow, same time, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time for 3 hours. Can't wait to bring it to you. Can't wait to see what transpires through the rest of this day, where if you're just picking up with us, the weather has certainly changed the character of this legendary lake. Put a lot more water and a lot more current in there. We had a lot more wind the first 2 days, but the wind has subsided. It's safe for the anglers to operate, and we are going full speed. Right now, quickly out to Greg Hackney.
Oh, well, that was the same side, but God, he stuck hard.
And I'm telling you, looking at Greg Hackney so far today, Tommy, he's getting a lot of bites in the way he's fishing. If you follow the Bassmasters, it is a matter of time until he knocks one out of the park.
Yeah, this is some scenes from our first stop, the St. Johns River down in Florida. Greg Hackney has been right at the very top of that leaderboard, leading the pack for some of this tournament. And this little run he had among these cypress trees on the east side of Lake George was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal on days 2 and 3, and it kind of went away on day number 4 because it was all eyes on Hackney, and it just disappeared. Brian New winning that tournament right there. But if you kind of look at the way the season sets up from the St. Johns River, we went to Fort Loudon and Tellico. The way the schedule is laid out, it is almost like something Greg Hackney could not have scripted any better, for the simple reason these tournaments that we've been to so far, coming into this one here on Pickwick, Tommy, you can put your boat in 5 foot of water and less and never venture out deep, right in Hackney's wheelhouse.
Of course, he was the runner-up there on the St. Johns and here on the Tennessee River, basically Lake Fort Loudon.
Stand down.
Yeah, stand down. He managed to knock out a top 10 again, and that's how you get the lead in Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Yeah, he is going to be a handful the rest of the season. And taking a look at earlier today, Greg Hackney was vocal. One of the best practices he has had in years, but he was catching offshore fish. Not deep, but he was off the bank, 3 to 8 foot of water, doing a lot of cranking on shell bars. He said, man, I throttled him, and I'm going to throw it out. With this water rising, I know where I want to be, where I'm comfortable. And this earlier today with Greg Hackney, slow and steady so far. And again, if this keeps up, Greg Hackney will be a monster by the end of the day.
for anybody else who's thinking about making a run at Angler of the Year. Just, you can take solace. Wait, no, you can take no solace at all in the fact that our next stop was the site of his last win with the Bassmaster Elite Series on the Sabine River.
Which was a beatdown.
Yeah.
You know, in Hackney, one of the things that he was yesterday when he said, I'm going to scrap my practice and I'm going to go shallow. And he said, here's the one thing I can tell you with my experience here on Pickwick, looking at that sawgrass on the left-hand side of his boat. He said, I know the key 100-yard stretches over the decades where they come to first. Well, he has shown us exactly that today.
That last fish put him in 10th place.
Well, I mean, I've had a few bites, you know. I just, you know, I'm fishing totally new water this morning. This was all dry during practice, and but it's just outside of my, you know, my primary area, or where the area of the lake that seemed to be the best when the water was low. So I'm just taking a chance and hoping some of those fish, you know, have moved up, you know, moved up in here. But I'm catching some, but they're not the fish that I caught out there in the grass. So I'm a little not disappointed, but just I'm still a little standoffish. I don't know that this is the deal yet. You know what I mean? Because I need 5 and 6 pounders. I mean, this place is fishing real good right now, and regardless, you know, they're going to catch them, even though it came up 9 feet or whatever. I don't think it was at 6 feet, I guess, but I was hoping they would move up. This is a fun way to fish, you know, but I'm going to give it a little longer, you know, run some more of it, and then if I have to make an adjustment, I will. But if I caught a big one right now, I just need one bite to steer me in the right direction.
Well, that's what separates him from other people, is when you hear him say, I need 5 and 6 pounders.
Well, that may be the hard truth of it. We'll see how that transpires throughout the course of the day. Our leader right now, unofficially, is Scott Martin out there in McFarland Park. And Scott, on day one, when we're all geared up and ready to go and couldn't go, we overheard a conversation with you at the ramp. You said, well, you know, the good news is I can knuckle down and do some homework. I think you did the right sort of homework.
Well, you know, it was just one of those I got a feeling thing. You know, I know there's a million smallmouth and largemouth up there by that dam, just a few miles behind me. And with the record current that they've got going on, I figured it would push a lot of those mid-river fish down into some slack water. This is about the only slack water that you get to once you get up past that bridge there. So I thought, you know, what the heck, let me try it and see what happens. And so far it's been a good call. I've caught quite a few fish and some pretty nice ones too. So I'm just still trying to figure it out. You know, it's a practice day for me, even though it's a tournament day.
Scott, gas prices rising, and you're only fishing about 100 yards outside of our takeoff. Did that factor into this decision to start right outside of there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm trying to break the record for the least amount of gas, expense for the week.
Got any company in there, Scott? Go ahead. Go ahead, Z.
Scott, one of the things that we saw earlier today is you went in a really fast flurry. Are the smallmouth and largemouth mixed together there, or is it mostly all largemouth?
So far, it's been mostly largemouth. My very first fish this morning, while boats were still taking off, was about a 5-pound smallmouth. It was a real big one. It jumped off. I kind of thought it was a drum at first, you know, and it jumped off. But then since then, I haven't caught. I caught a big spot a minute ago, like a 3-pound spot, which was kind of cool. Or maybe a mean mouth, but it's, you know, it's pretty big. And so good stuff.
Do you have any company in there, Scott? You're being left alone more or less, or are there some others trying that same ploy?
No, you know, I'm surprised. I kind of thought there would be a lot of guys kind of maybe even starting here, but there's a kayak. I don't know what's going on with the kayaks. The kayak guys they're having fun. I'll say that. They're having fun. They're catching a lot of fish. But they're kind of going back in the harbor and coming back out, and every time I look over, they're letting one go. So, but I've got Matt Airy down there. He drove by. He fished up that way towards the dam this morning and stopped. And I told him to make a few casts over there, see if he can't get a few fish in the boat. But yeah, I'm just bouncing around. I may leave here in a minute and run down and go fish kind of my main game plan. And if that's not working, then I can come back and kind of settle in.
Well, good job so far today, Scott. Keep an eye on those kayak guys. We'll keep an eye on you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's take a look at yes, sir. Let's take a look at Scott's catches from this morning, right in view of all the fans who sort of took the time to linger after the takeoff today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Scott will definitely have a sick YouTube video dropping on this day.
Oh, yeah.
And I think his exact words, Tommy, were, the kayak fishermen, they're having fun. Number one, what kayak fisherman is not having fun?
Exactly.
But Dave Mercer also making the comment that he and our colleague Davey Height were down here yesterday, and there was a lot of kayakers catching them all day long. Taking a look at this flurry from earlier today with your unofficial leader, Scott Martin. But a good call, and that's really kind of what we've seen take place here on day one. Guys gambling, throwing out what they learned throughout the week, rising up the leaderboard like Brandon Polinick, Craig Hackney, and Justin Atkins doing the exact same thing.
It'll be interesting to see if Scott Martin returns to that place later in the day or if some other anglers show up there. Could be a little something to have in your back pocket for when things slow down somewhere else. They're not slowed down here. We're going this morning.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Well, the Tennessee River is rolling, and we are rolling through Pickwick Lake here on day one of our Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here. Had to postpone the first 2 days, but we're going to get 4 days of fishing in. Scott Martin not venturing far afield, staying right there at the launch in McFarland Park with the lead unofficially right now. Brandon Polinick right behind him. Also joining, based on the last hour's catches, guys like Shane LeHue, Patrick Walters, and I know Justin Atkins maybe do a little recognition here, Mark Zona.
Exactly right. And your Mercury move of the day so far is going to be Justin Atkins. Really, he said, hey, guys, the formula is not hard here on Pickwick. Number one, he said, look, I have never seen this lake as low as it was earlier in the week with current, color, and rising water. These fish are only going to go one place, and that is to the bank. And he said, I just cannot mess up on day number one. Your Mercury move of the day really is Justin Atkins. His plan was to start below the tail race, and we're going to take a look at all of his catches on the map. He ignored that tail race by going down Pickwick, really past Coger Island, very, very steep banks. And he said, look, man, they're going to smash him today. I just need to be in on the action. And something, looking at his fish catches so far, Tommy Sanders, that the rest of this field, they don't have the knowledge of one fish spots. Laydowns, key little areas where these fish can get out of the current. Justin Atkins made the comment. He goes, look, I will not run out of those one fish spots. I just have to have that quality.
Let's go back up to where we started our coverage this morning. Inside of Wilson Dam, right there, Chris Zaldane.
Oh my gosh.
Boy, you could see that. A lot of anglers thought that tail race was going to die out.
Main kind of current break, and I'm over here on this other side. Again, I'm having to reestablish these breaks. I'm having to learn, one day, and trying to learn the exact cast. Because if you miss it by just a couple feet, they won't bite it. So I'm still kind of searching around, still trying to read the water. And I'm in a good current break here. The boat's not moving, but when I cast up there, my swim bait is sweeping to the side. And looking down, there's some boulders. We're all down through here. So I'm gonna keep casting at that seam back here for another 20 minutes or so, then I'm gonna move down. I still have a regular swim bait program in my back pocket where I just go down the bank, down the waves a little bit, and just fish every little current break. But I'm still looking for, like a good, not drift, but a good little current seam of big smallmouth. It'll happen at some point. Like I said, in practice, I found one good current break on the other side of the horseshoe, and I still need to check that. But I went there on Monday and like every cast was a drum. I came back like an hour or two later and then every cast was a smallmouth. So it's all timing. The sun should help.
You're saying there has been a lot of fish caught up that way so far today. Zaldain made the comment earlier in the week that water was a lot cleaner than it is today, which is a key component to his swim bait bite.
Chris Zaldain, 3 second-place finishes in 2019. Brandon Palaniuk, a 5-time Bassmaster Elite Series winner right there.
You know, going back, talking about Justin Atkins, we got to really learn a lot from him this week growing up here on Pickwick. And his main game plan, we were saying he was gonna start below the tail race. He said, I know what lives there. And I said, let me ask you a question. When that water's not running like it is today, where you see this is the kind of day where they're supposed to bite better below that dam. I said, when that water shuts off and they don't, you know, there's not as much current, do those fish just pull up there and feed, or are they there all the time? He said this time of year, those big smallmouth and largemouth below the dam are absolutely there every minute of the day, because he said, man, I've grown up watching live bait fishermen that'll just go up there and anchor. And he said, they're there all the time, but they know when that water runs, they're in total ambush mode feeding. That's why guys like Chris Zaldain said they're going to spend 80 to 90% of their day just looking for 5 bites below that dam.
That's what Davey Hyde couldn't tell us enough. When we followed him here 10 years ago, he said, they're always here. You just got to wait them out. You've just got to have patience and let that water get started, and boy, it happens. And Brandon Palaniuk, we talk about his 5 wins, including 2 during the course of one season. That was last season, 2020. Champlain and Santee Cooper. You can catch him anywhere, this angler from Idaho. We first saw him at the Classic back in 2011.
You know, and really the main thing that we've learned about Brandon Palaniuk, every single one of his victories kind of just off the beaten path. A guy that likes to get away from the crowd, looking at his win there on Bull Shoals, fishing deeper than anybody else in that tournament. Victory on the St. Lawrence River, making the longest run out of 4 days. And we called it in that tournament, Tommy, that there is no way he would be able to make that run all 4 days. And he pretty much did it to perfection, blew the entire field away.
And he was just getting started, as it turns out, with that really huge victory there on the St. Lawrence River, and primarily Lake Ontario. That's where he took the run to. And then we go to Texas Fest, Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. Very important tournament on the road to an Angler of the Year title to notch out this victory with a big catch in the final moments.
And if you kind of looked at the victories up till that point, then when you looked at what he did last year on Lake Champlain, it's really what you expected from Brandon Palaniuk, an angler that gets offshore, fishes a lot deeper, uses his electronics as good as, well, anybody on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That they've all been pretty much deep water victories for Brandon Palaniuk, except for after this event right here on Lake Champlain. Absolutely blew the field away on Championship Sunday. It's when we went to Santee Cooper last year where he mixed in a lot of shallow water fishing, a lot of deeper water fishing, but more than that, it was just mixing up different techniques and absolutely crushing them on the final day of that tournament. Palaniuk said that victory right there meant as much as any prior because he gambled so big on the final day.
I got him. I got him in all the grass.
Very tough time of the year to land at Santee Cooper, but Brandon Polinick adapted much as he's adapting today. Just really figured out something that worked and stuck with it.
Started with 85. 10 went out today. And for the second time in 2020, the Prodigy is a Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
So far this year, 14th place on St. Johns River to start his season, 37th, another cut made on the Tennessee River in Knoxville, Tennessee. So he's looking good, 12th place in an Angler of the Year as it stands right now.
It looks like they're on totally different lakes right there.
We've been kind of sticking in this general area, moving around. I've been moving in and out, fishing a lot of different baits, and it's worked out. We've got bit, but it's kind of slowed down a little bit. So we're probably going to go run some other stuff. I don't want to just sit here and keep pounding on these fish. You know, we're going to have to keep moving and adjusting. I can already tell the water started dropping a little bit. It's kind of started sucking out of here. So I think that's just going to, change those fish more. The water's going to keep coming up and down. The fish are going to keep changing. We're just going to have to keep adjusting and changing with them, I think. So probably run a few more of these current break spots just to see, and then we might run down and switch it up, slide in a couple backwaters. But today is all about just making those adjustments, right? I don't want to get locked into one certain thing. I want to stay open-minded and loose and be able to adjust and make better casts. But I've got a couple decent bites so far. A couple 3.5 pounders, a 4-pounder, and then just kind of, 2.5s. Spot fillers we're gonna have to get rid of before the day's over.
Taking a look at those catches earlier today, a bladed jig, a crankbait, a couple fish flipping.
Look at that.
But one of the things that we said, most of these fish that Polinick caught earlier today, really only in about a little 20-yard stretch on that island. And we even talked about it when he caught his 5 bass limit. They were all pretty much cookie cutters except this one right here, all very similar size. I heard Polinick made the comment right there. I'm not going to lean on these fish much more. These are definitely fish that he will want to save for days 2 and 3.
Thank you, buddy.
And what's funny is listening to Polinick talking about his game plan.
I can barely get my hands around that
Greg
little fat
Hackney,
nugget.
they're both doing really solid here on day number 1, where guys are kind of refiguring out Pickwick. Weights are slightly down today, where, gosh, this doesn't seem like that day where you need those 5 to 6 pound bites. A 20-pound bag today is going to go a long way with our conditions.
Patrick Walters with our 5th limit so far on the day. He's jumped into 8th place.
The guys who are figuring it out after having sort of the slate wiped clean to start this first day of fishing 2 days late here on the Tennessee River and Lake Pickwick. Scott Martin still with that 1-pound advantage over Polinick, Tally, Lowen. Kenta Kimura was on the board early, and he has dropped out and come back in. We got more moves coming up.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
I've been having a lot of fun here on one of the great bass fishing lakes in all the world, Pickwick Lake here on the Tennessee River here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. There's your Bass Track via Bass Track, our unofficial leaderboard. And the veteran Scott Martin in his first year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, having his best tournament so far. It's early yet, but 17-2 on today, and he's had that for a while. First guy to a limit, and great job, Scott Martin. Ditto for Brandon Polinick, 5-time winner here. Frank Talley, who won at Lake Guntersville last year here on the Tennessee River. But right now, let's head right into it. What we have seen so far, Mark Zona, on our Yamaha Midday Report.
Exactly, Tommy, and really we thought that coming into today, Justin Atkins, the local, made the comment, this is going to be smallmouth versus largemouth, and that's exactly how it started. A good one here for Chris Zaldane, but that bite is yet to transpire. It's pretty much been, at least for the anglers that we have cameras on, it has been a largemouth beatdown, because that is the only smallmouth bass we have seen go into a live well so far.
Boy, did you notice that water pouring over the spillway there on Wilson Dam. If you're just picking up with us, that's a big part of the story today. So guys seeking more stable, tranquil places like Greg Hackney.
Greg Hackney, one of the angler, well, number one, your Angler of the Year leader. And what makes him so good, he has thrown away everything that he learned in practice, went with the rising water up shallow. Not a big stringer, just a solid stringer so far, comfortably in our top 20. But look for what Hackney's doing as the day wears on, gets a little bit warmer. What Hackney's doing should get better as the day goes along.
Same size. Greg Hackney, one of the early favorites here. In fact, the second most picked by fantasy players as we come into this. Justin Atkins, first year on the Elite Series, but a guy with a great resume. And more important than that, he's a native here. This is his home water.
You know, I really think looking at Justin Atkins and the banks that he's fishing, very impressive, very steep banks. And he said, look, I'm not going to get on that flat land early in the day. I want to be on those steep banks with all of this current, all this water flow. Those fish have to flood to the bank. And again, Justin Atkins was very worried coming into this day number one. So far, very solid.
2 wins last season for Brandon Polinick, and a good start to the year. And man, his best start so far this year came today.
Gosh, he choked it too. Look at that.
Really looking at Polinick's day so far, only fishing about a 20-yard stretch of that sawgrass. We're not going to kind of name the exact area, but a lot of tournaments won here in the past, 50 to 60 days. And I really believe, looking at all of Polinick's catches, I think a lot of our guys that we have cameras with, Polinick and Hackney, I think they're looking at a lot of those weights that were caught here a month ago and starting to say, man, I need bigger ones, I need bigger ones. With the conditions that we have right now, what Polinick's caught, what Hackney's caught, they're both in really good shape.
Oh, I can barely get my hands around that little fat nugget. Look at that. Would you just look at it?
Polinick diligently picking apart this little spot right here. Spent a lot of time throwing that same cast.
Yeah, crankbait, bladed jig, a little bit of flipping here and there. And the main thing that I got to see down here 2 weeks ago is there is definitely an early morning bite, but no, hands down, the afternoon bite on Pickwick the last couple months, these guys are going to absolutely plow them later today.
Gosh, I started reeling it out and I saw that sucker.
So how about a little strategic breakthrough for the veteran Scott Martin here? Not really leaving McFarland Park, the site of the launch this morning, and putting the first limit in the boat.
Hey, and a friend of the program, Luke Duncan fishes here all the time. He said, listen, there is going to be 1 or 2 top 10s within sight of your takeoff here at McFarland Park. Here's the great thing about McFarland Park. It is restocked every weekend from local tournaments. And the other thing about it is, with all of that really heavy current just 2 or 3 miles upstream towards the Wilson Dam, these fish have nowhere to go except that stretch of bank. Well, Scott Martin getting in on the action. I'm curious to see how long he stays in that area today.
Absolutely. Well, they say about Pickwick, it's got all the good stuff of all the Tennessee River lakes, plus extras like giant rocky shoals with juiced up current a lot of the time, like this one, the Horseshoe area below the Wilson Dam. Just a real bucket list place for everyone who wants some spectacular bass fishing.
See, I just got a report from Brandon Lester. His bass track isn't working, but he has a limit. It's about 14 pounds. Would put him in third place. Also, your buddy, Kobe Krieger, 6 pounds, 6 ounce smallmouth. Ooh.
Wow.
Yep. Largemouth.
There we go.
Little one, 3-pounder, 2.5. Freaking largemouth ate it way off the bottom too. How about that?
See, here's another one for you. Caleb Summerall with 3 fish, 6th place. He's got a 4-pounder and a 5-pounder
2 3/4
among his 3 fish for 11 pounds.
So I take back what I said, Tommy. They're definitely going to need 5 to 6 pounders by the end of the day.
Most likely, yes.
Yes.
That was close.
You know, and that's not a big one right there for Zaldain, but it'll keep him here a lot longer.
Yeah, we definitely got the feeling he would prefer to stay here all day to get the feedback that tells him he can stay all day long, because he's doing exactly the kinds of things he draws up and executes.
It's awesome to watch Zaldain and how he fishes, because obviously it looks like he's on a different body of water right there looking at the other anglers. But man, the way he fishes with that swim bait, that is so high risk, high reward. You don't, a lot of techniques this time of year, you have to filter through a lot of fish. You have to filter through a lot of fish, do a lot of culling to catch a big stringer. If you get 5 to 7 bites on that swim bait, especially where he's at, you don't need to run through all those numbers. The quality will definitely be there.
Sounds like Niagara Falls there. That's 1.5 million gallons of water a second going out of the Wilson Dam.
We figure the Tennessee River drains about 40,000 square miles here in the midsection of the South here, and there's about 750 miles of it coming down till it hits the Wilson Dam there. That's a lot of water, Such.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was pretty eye-opening listening to Justin Atkins, who has lived here his entire life, say, I've never seen this lake as low as it was Monday and how high it came up literally within 48 hours. But that's also a credit to the Tennessee River Authority that controls this body of water, knowing how much was coming and dropping the bottom out of it last week.
Yeah, there was a photo essay from early last week that showed those low situations. They're just acres of pea gravel exposed there, and all that stuff under 6-7 feet of water right now. Definitely a different playing ground.
It looks so calm there, Tommy.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that's from today. I don't think so. But it's a beautiful sight. It's a terrific place. Scott Martin, still unofficially your leader right now. Polinick, a pound behind. Frank Talley and Bill Lowen. Pat Schlapper, who won the Bass Nation event right here on Pickwick last year. Patrick Walters, Justin Atkins, all in the mix.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Getting near the end of our allotted time for our Fox Sports 1 broadcast this morning. It's kind of an unknown entity when we started today. Didn't know what would happen. Kind of surprised at how good it's been. Got the same for you tomorrow on Fox Sports 1 and the Fox Sports app. 8 a.m. Eastern time for 3 hours of coverage. Coming your way, that'll be day number 2. We'll still have the full field out there on Pickwick. Fantastic Pickwick Lake.
Really looking at kind of the way, like you said it, Tommy, this was an unknown today with all of this water that's coming here. We're going to get back out on the water right now with An angler's probably caught more fish than anybody we've had on camera, Brandon Polinick, with a solid limit in his live well.
Got to be 15 inches first. It's a candidate. He's got a 2-pound 4-ouncer in the live well. We'll see. We can make a swap here.
And really the more stable this water gets later today into tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday, the fishing's going to get. We've had a pile of fish catches today, but those bigger Pickwick females that this place is known for this time of year. I think the more stable Pickwick gets, the better it's going to be throughout the weekend.
That one did not make the team, so got the water quickly is Brandon Polinick.
You know, in that area just down river from where Polinick is, was thought that was really going to be the most dominant player before the rise around Coger Island. I think, number one, I don't think it has played out in that, that 5 to 10 foot of water where so many local tournaments have been won. And I think a lot of guys are crashing and burning around that region of the lake right now.
About 60 of our 100 anglers have at least one fish on Bass Track, and we have only 5 limits so far.
Takumi Ito, Ed Lochran, you see in our leaderboard there, cracking into the top 20. Still early on, not quite to the halfway point of fishing on this day on Pickwick Lake.
Man, it does have a lot of color in it. There's a lot of this lake that's completely blown out. It'll be a solid afternoon, though.
Looking forward to that. Think of all the water that's been drawn into this lake here, both downstream and from tributaries. A huge weather system that went through 3 days ago. And what a recovery it's made. Pickwick is strong.
I think that's the guy to keep your eye on. If he stays below that dam, maybe a little cleaner water pushes through, Chris Zaldane will be a factor by the end of the day.
I guess a couple of them. On Bassmaster.com. Hey, Dave Mercer and Davey Height going to continue to bring it all to you for the next hour. So much fun having you here, though, on FS1 this morning and the Fox Sports app. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, right here with day number 2 on Lake Pickwick.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
On location here in beautiful Florence, Alabama, and we are finally fishing on Pickwick Lake, this incredible historic fishery. And Davey Height, I know you're excited to get back here, right back here where you rolled out of town with that incredible trophy. And this fishery, no matter what it throws at us, it always throws at us an incredible tournament.
It does, and the thing that makes this so special, obviously the good fish, but having all the different species, largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass, and I was able to win with a mixture of those three. It'll be very interesting to see. A lot of big largemouth have been caught here in the last few weeks, but so many changes this week with the water coming up, the water clarity, that sort of thing. It is really 2 days off with no practice. It's really made it tough.
This, our Toyota Midday Report. Want to welcome everybody back. And there's a guy that you got to feel comes into this event very motivated. Chris Zaldain, and in familiar water.
Yeah, definitely familiar up there. And really, the picture doesn't do this justice. A lot of current. It's really incredible how much current is there. Chris Zaldain, you can see he's just off of the current seam itself. He's not, you can't even hold your boat with your trolling motor in that heavy current. So those fish look for those current seams, and Chris Zaldain with a swim bait in his hand, he really was getting it done this morning. Catching a lot of different species, striped bass, smallmouth, largemouth, a few drum, that sort of thing. Just a lot of fish up there feeding.
Well, here's a guy who, speaking of motivation, he's got his hands on that Angler of the Year title at this point, and he does not want to relinquish it. The hack attack back, and I gotta feel these conditions may actually even help him.
Yeah, absolutely. He was fishing offshore, but catching largemouth, and you see there this morning, he's up there in that sawgrass catching those fish, looking for the clear water, and those largemouth that he had been catching shallow but offshore have moved up into these clear water areas, and he looks very much at home with a flipping stick in his hand, fishing that shallow vegetation.
Well, next up, the man with the plan saying, catch me if you can. Justin Atkins, he is the odds-on favorite. Everybody talking about him is the guy you got to pick. Can he live up to it, Davey?
Well, it's tough. You get a lot of pressure on you fishing your home water, but so much knowledge. He's a great fisherman. He's proven that through the years. A great young angler. I'm willing to bet he's probably fishing an area there shallow that was dry just a few days ago. But his experience this week should really help him a lot.
Experience is going to be a big thing this week. Anglers that adjust are going to finish on top, and this is a guy who's proved that he has learned how to adjust and fish the moment.
Well, it's really incredible. I mean, you've known it since the day one on the Elites, Dave, that Brandon Polnick is just a guy that knows how to win, and he's not afraid to roll the dice and go do something different. We saw that last year with 2 victories, smallmouth, and then the other one at Santee Cooper. So Brandon Polnick is a guy that's not afraid to fish the conditions, and is working out really good for him this morning. All these fish came in just about a 50-yard stretch. There you see him using a B.A.S.S square bill crankbait that he likes a lot.
You see that watercolor, and that's a big thing everybody's talking about. How much of that, I mean, is that going to affect this as much as they think, or is it going to affect the anglers more?
Well, I think it'll affect the anglers a lot. I heard a lot of the guys with the days off were riding all around the lake trying to look at the creek, some that were more clear than others. But it's, this really to me isn't unfishable dirty water. I haven't seen anywhere around the venue here and up or downstream a few miles, but that stained water I think helps once it settles out. Now the last 2 days it probably would have been real difficult, but that stained water is not a bad thing this time of the year.
As a competitor, Davey, the last 2 days, tell me what it's got to feel like for these guys, caged animals just wanting to get out there in this incredible fishery.
Well, you and I both kind of felt like that too, yeah. but as a fisherman, it just drives you nuts because especially if you had a good practice, everything has changed. The water came up about 6 feet.
Or maybe you just don't have to go very far at all. Maybe you just stay right here at takeoff and lead the tournament as Scott Martin is doing.
Yeah, just incredible. He's another guy that's not afraid to make some changes. I was actually able to be out there and talk to Scott a little bit this morning. I said, did you catch him here in practice? He said, no, I just had a good feeling about right here with all this current, and there's a little slack water right at the venue, and boy, did it pay off for him. He was getting bites every cast there for a while. Then things started to slow just a little bit, but he had about 17 pounds before things slowed up, and I don't even know if he started his engine. I know he didn't plane off this morning.
Well, Scott Martin didn't go very far at all, and man, backing up his first top 10 in the Bassmaster Elite Series. But let's travel a little bit and join Chris Zaldain, a guy who you got to feel comes into this event with a little bit of pressure and a lot of motivation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Chris Zaldain is good with a swim bait in his hand. He's very comfortable, and I heard him talk a little bit this morning. He realizes that you have to be patient, and you might catch 4 or 5 drum in a row, and then you could catch 4 or 5 smallmouth in a row.
Tell me about.
Yeah, I'm still in this horseshoe area. I started on that east horseshoe side. just because that's all fresh water coming in, and this is where most of the current was in practice. Well, this is where all the current was in practice. And I'm on a big break here, and I've got a couple rock piles marked. They're a lot deeper, of course. They're in 12 to 15 now, but they're not washed out by any means. I mean, it's not real, real crazy current. So with the confidence, knowing that there's a nice hole there, I could just really swim this swimmer nice and slow through here. Just gonna try to bump the rocks. The water level is higher, but I mean, this is the biggest current break on this side. So they're in this eddy somewhere. It's up to me to present the swim bait, just perfectly. And with that being said, I'm gonna idle up just a hair. And whenever
Davey, that area, as I said, very, very special to you, but that gives us a very unique opportunity. Explain to me what he's fishing there.
Well, the big thing is there's a tremendous amount of bait up there. Threadfin shad, gizzard shad. I mean, there is so much bait, and that's what really attracts and keeps those fish there. The smallmouth love current, and I'll be honest with you, 10 years ago when I caught them up there, I couldn't believe how many largemouth live up there in that strong current. So those fish are there all the time. The big issue every day is to find the little current seam that they've moved to, because that water obviously fluctuates all the time.
Yeah, we just moved a little bit up the river. And we've got a few bites here, but no upgrades. Actually, they're both like spotted bass, mean-mouth looking fish, which tells me probably in a little bit too much current for the largemouth maybe. But you'd think there'd still be some good smallmouth and stuff around here, but just moving around, still trying to get dialed in. We had a good morning, landed on a good area where I was able to move around and get some bites, but we got to just keep doing that. Keep doing it. Catching them doing a lot of different things, which is fun. Catching them on a Rapala BX Brat number 6. Catch them on a chatterwagon, the X-Zone adrenaline craw on it, and then caught some flipping a 3/8 ounce jig that I tied up with a X-Zone Rebel chunk. Pretty much what all our bites have came on so far.
I got to believe this tournament, Davey, you hear people say, pre-fish. Does it matter this time around? I can't think it's ever wasted, but what's your take on it?
Well, it's so different. You've got to stay out on the water, but these storms were forecasted, and all this rain, it was actually more rain than was even forecast, but these anglers knew that it was going to change in the rising water, so I'm sure they had that in mind during practice. But man, you just really can't prepare for the water level coming up 6 feet and the water clarity changing so many places. But I just think it's going to spread people out a lot. I mean, we've got people all the way. You see Chris Saldane all the way behind the Wilson Dam, and I'm sure we've got anglers all the way down to Yellow Creek, 40, 45 miles away.
From the very moment this event was announced, re-announced when it got switched with the Bassmaster Classic date, everybody started talking about that century belt and saying it is a realistic possibility. Did this weather bring us closer to it or further away?
Further away. You just, and I talked about that, talking with Tommy some, doing the live well, that, if the weather cooperates, I really felt like it could be over 100 pounds to win. It's still going to be a great event. I mean, we're on a great fishery, and these guys are the best in the business. But, man, when you basically lose your practice and you have to start all over, it makes it really, really tough. And they'll figure them out, and I think the tournament will get better because these guys will get more and more dialed in. And as this water stabilizes, they'll be able to catch them each and every day.
One of the key things we talked about at the last event was kind of how it played out a little bit better for the veterans, just because so much was thrown at them going into that event. They knew how tough it was going to be. Well, just when you thought it was going to be any tougher, you come somewhere where you're on them, and then this gets thrown at you. I got to feel that maybe this sets up a little better for the veterans or more experienced anglers again.
It does, and it's interesting you say that, Dave, because we've got great young anglers. Every year our rookie crop is incredible. So it's not a play on the young anglers just aren't good. It's just you grow up fishing 1-2 day events, a 4-day event, and then basically a 4-day event without practice. It just takes years of getting used to. We've got, it's been proven time and time again, our rookie crop each year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, they're incredible fishermen. They had to qualify to get here, but the 4-day events, in this case, basically with no practice, it makes it tough, and it makes it easier on a guy that's a veteran that he can just start right outside the takeoff area like Scott Martin did today, or Chris Zaldane that goes up there and he says, hey, I know they're here. I've just got to find out which current seam, because obviously they have moved from the water up there 6-7 feet higher than when he caught them up there in practice. And to be patient and have confidence in yourself, it just takes a little more time.
This event has changed since it actually started. So I would imagine the changes will continue. I mean, the only thing we can guarantee is it's going to continue to change all the way through to the final day.
Yeah, that's our sport, though. That's what makes it so unique. You see a football game, you'll see snow, you'll see rain, you'll see a few weather changes, but we have so many uncontrolled variables in our sport. It's a challenge every day.
Challenging tournament, but these guys always up for the challenge, and we're going to follow the action all day long right here on Bassmaster.com. And we are on location, and I'm going to tell you, it's starting to feel nice, very nice for our tournament leader, Scott Martin, with 17 pounds, 2 ounces. Brandon Polnick behind him, Brandon Lester, and Frank Talley felt very, very comfortable when I saw him on the dock this morning. But look out, Pat Schlopper, he's your Bass Nation National Champion, took the title when we were here. Bill Lowen, who wouldn't want to see him? It is going to be a lot of fun to follow this action all day long on Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Bass Live on location here in beautiful Florence, Alabama, the Shoals area. The sun is shining and the fish are biting, but that's no different than always every single time we come here to Pickwick Lake. Joined by Davey Height. And Davey, this incredible location once again showing out. It doesn't matter that we kept him off the water for 2 days. Scott Martin didn't even have to start his motor to lead this tournament.
Yeah, it shows what a great fishery you're on when we've got fishermen catching them just right outside the venue. Scott Martin with 17 pounds, 2 ounces, the current leader, and he did not plane off. He just put the trolling motor down, and I was able to talk to him, and he said, I just had a hunch. The water coming up and in this mouth of this bay area right here in slack water, and glad he followed his instincts there, 17-2, and we got to watch most of it from right here on shore.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, a unique experience, but the coming into this tournament, Davey, I mean, there's so much on these anglers, so many changing things, but nobody more equipped to deal with that than the guy who literally had to stand on the shore at his Angler of the Year championship for 3 days in a row, and that is our Angler of the Year leader, Greg Hackney. Go out to him on the water right now.
Oh. Now that's the first one that was back in there. Let's see. Picked it up. Didn't have one on it.
So notice what Greg Hackney said there. That's the first one that's back in there. These fish, a lot of these anglers were catching these largemouth. They weren't deep, but they weren't up shallow because the water was 6 feet lower than this just a few days ago. But now the water is up in this dead vegetation, and it's real important when you're pitching and flipping, and certainly Greg Hackney knows this as good or better than anyone, to not just try to pitch everything, the outside edge, back in the stuff 2 or 3 feet, even farther back in. Sometimes you have to cast. Those fish will get so far back in that vegetation. So he's certainly paying attention to where they're setting up, so you can, just be more efficient with your time and be pitching in the area of the vegetation that those fish are in. But it's a good sign for those to be back in there more. That means more than likely they'll be there tomorrow and the next day, as long as that water stays up.
That is a good sign, but it's also a bad sign when you see him do that little giggle this early in the tournament. I mean, and a guy who's took an FLW in here back in 2014, so it's not like this is not Hackney-esque water, but you look at both those guys on our screen, they got to be ones that you think going into this event, they're going to be part of this tournament.
Yeah, they're great fishermen. They're great closers. They a lot of wins for Brandon Polnick and Greg Hackney, doing a lot of different things. Like we were talking earlier, these two are certainly two that are not afraid to adjust, and they know how to adjust. Brandon Polnick definitely feels comfortable throwing that square bill crankbait, and Greg Hackney, we all know, feels comfortable with a flipping stick in his hand and a heavy weight fishing this flooded vegetation. A lot of experience here for Greg Hackney. Brandon Polnick, not as much, but he had a great start this morning on about a 50-yard stretch, caught 5 keepers really quick.
Seeing two totally different techniques here, obviously. Is that going to be the tail of this tournament? We're going to see a lot of different. It's not going to be one of those things where everybody's going to be like doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, that's what makes this fishery really throughout the Tennessee River. Almost any time we come to the Tennessee River, you'll see some people fishing offshore. The depth range could be only fishing 3 or 4 feet deep offshore or 25 feet deep offshore. But then there's also almost always a shallow bite on the Tennessee River here, especially from March until October, November. Most of the year you can always find a shallow bite. The big difference in what I'm seeing here with Brandon Polnick and Greg Hackney is the water clarity. Greg Hackney is looking for that clear water where these largemouth tend to want to get once they move in shallow. Brandon Polnick out on the main river, not fishing very deep, but not concerned about that water being a little stained and dingy there. There's the area that Polnick, there's been a lot of fish caught there in the last few weeks.
So that area, current's more important than color?
Yeah, current, but also, and we talk about it, some of our listeners may or may not know what we're saying when we talk about the current seams. They want to be really close to the strong current, but just out of it, the seam, not so much a big eddy where you'll see a lot of times smallmouth will set up and they may be 30, 40, 50 feet away from the current. This time of year on Pickwick, these fish, largemouth, smallmouth, they love to be just literally inches away from that strong current because it's just a buffet coming by all the time, and they can ambush shad just by only moving a foot.
Quite often we hear about mixed fish. You've talked about that a lot. Areas in this body of water, particularly where you can catch smallmouth, catch a largemouth. Is that just specifically because those are bait plentiful areas? That's why they're all there? Yeah, this time of year especially, and even maybe for the last month or so, in the winter and the very early spring, technically still winter, these fish are pre-spawn, and when they're pre-spawn, they're feeding up for the move to go in and spawn, where they don't do much feeding and they lose a lot of their weight. So these fish, the largemouth, smallmouth, and the spotted bass, they're in those pre-spawn type staging places, most of them. Well, Brandon Polnick, an incredible young pro, an incredible young career, and actually, when you look at his moments of experience in those championship moments, definitely building up that experience. But here's a guy that I'm going to tell you, if you don't know this dude, you're going to hear a lot about him in the future. I mean, all you have to do is talk to the Alabama guys. When they talk about Wes Logan, they tell you this young pro has a bright young future.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a lot different than it did 3 days ago. I do know that. we've had 2 bites, flipping these reeds, and I mean behind us, I mean this whole area is where I really thought it was gonna go down at, as far as, you know, out there in the grass, like offshore grass by that. I mean, and I tried to fish out there for a little while this morning. The current's just so bad you can't fish effectively. I don't know if they're still out there, but I come over here and I mean pretty quickly I got a bite, and then 30 minutes later I got another bite, and now I fished another hour and haven't had a bite. So I don't know if it's, you got to find the right little stretch, or if there's just not that many fish pulled up on the bank. I mean, fish normally follow rising water, but it's not set up perfect for them to just be flooding the bank, because I mean we're a little bit early for them wanting to be spawning. If we were 2 weeks early, I would imagine they'd probably be all over the bank. Trying to just back around and catch 3 more to just.
I lost it again.
Just went away again.
It went away again.
Oh, get in here. Dang.
No, I
Kind of handcuffed me a little bit. I couldn't.
I saw the line jump when it went in.
But the fish that line was tight. Well, I mean, it
Big hook. That's that hack attack hook. When you get one in the meat with that, you got it. So I think that one-eyed fish is the smallest. He's sitting right there.
You sure that's him?
Pretty sure that's the
smallest.
Wait. Now you know if they start to get bigger like that, what'll happen? I'll be doing this all day.
I didn't need them.
Greg Hackney talked about that line jump. I don't know about you, Davey, but is there anything more pleasurable than a line jump to start day number 1 of this tournament?
Oh, it's definitely what you want to see, and unfortunately for the rest of the field, when Greg Hackney on day 1 is seeing his line jump flipping in that shallow vegetation, look out.
As always, the line jump followed by the thump, and that thump is on the leaderboard. Greg Hackney continues to assault our Angler of the Year leaderboard, and we'll follow the action all day long right here on Bassmaster Live on location.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
The sun continues to shine here in beautiful Florence, Alabama. The Shoals area is heating up and starting to feel a lot more like Alabama. For a few days there, I started to think, what's going on here? But things are getting right, and as you can see with our leaderboard, Davey Height, it's right on the water as well.
Oh, it definitely is. Scott Martin with 17 pounds, 2 ounces, and he caught those fish very close to takeoff. Had a good start. Brandon Polnick had a great start, actually an earlier start than Scott Martin. Brandon Polnick going down around the Coker Island area and had 5 fish in a boat really quick on a square bill crankbait. BX Brat, number 6, he said.
But the very first guy that I heard tell of catching a fish earlier today, obviously Chris Zaldane, and obviously fishing in an area that, let's just call it Davyville.
Where all these giant boulders were, just trying to cast to them. I could see them in my 360, but I know there was a big old stretch of boulders right through there.
So the picture really doesn't do this place justice if you've never been behind the Wilson Dam there, the very beginning, the tailwaters there. A lot of current. You can tell there's some, but it's actually more than it even looks like. But you see Chris Zaldain, he's in one of those eddy areas. And the thing that we've talked about a little bit, Dave, that it doesn't seem to be as many anglers up there as we maybe would have expected today. They're spread out because the water is coming over the overflow, the spillway. So you have there was a dozen, maybe 15 anglers up there this morning, but they were spread out over a half-mile area, where when the water's not coming over the overflow but just coming through the turbines, it really brings those fish into one area. And 10 years ago when I was up there, 15, 17 boats start there every morning, and they were literally throwing to about a 20-yard stretch. So everybody is more spread out up there. It also makes it's because the fish are more spread out up there. But Chris Zaldain he's got the right program going. It's just so tough with missing 2 days of practice and the water level changing so much, because those fish live there all the time, this time of year for sure. You've got to locate them. They have to move depending on how those current seams move. Those boulders, the ones that he's fishing now, were probably out of the water just 3 or 4 days ago.
Is it the kind of area that when you locate that seam, when you figure out the way those fish are sitting, you can get right in a hurry? I mean, I imagine it doesn't take a long time.
Absolutely. Just in 30 minutes, and you have to know that. But it's an all-in kind of deal up there, and Chris Zaldain, we've seen him have so many second-place finishes. I guess it was 2019. He had 3 second-place finishes. But to be able to finish second, you've got to roll the dice some. We saw him do it at Guntersville, several other places, and that's what he's doing here now. Just trying to get that win, because it means so much to hold that blue trophy over your head. We've seen that great anglers, go so many years without doing that.
Well, as mentioned, you know this area very, very well, Davey. And you know what? Let's look back. Let's go back to yesteryear, a decade ago in Davey Height.
It's all about being where those fish are going to feed when they want to feed. They're there, and it drives you nuts not being able to catch them, and you're throwing, and it's monotonous, and it's a grind. But that's what's made it boil down to only a few fishermen being there on the final day, because it is such a grind and a lot of people have left.
Well, you see the water looks calm there. That's the final day of the event, and they did not run water until about noon, and I was sitting up there the final day of the event, leading going into that day with 0 fish in my live well. And then they turned the water on up in the day, and I was able to catch 20 pounds, and it made it so great to be able to catch them right down to the last minute.
Wow! God dog, I'm happy. I mean, that's huge. It's huge.
What a moment, and what a way, and I'm just, what a celebration. I mean, a celly to sell all cellies.
Well, I almost tore a knee right there jumping out of that boat. You could tell I was super excited. I understood at that point, don't ever take a victory for granted on the Bassmaster Elite Series, because you never know when it'll be your last one. And did the power slide right there and removed a little skin from my kneecaps, but it was all good.
I mean, that's the gift that keeps on giving right there, Davey. Look at that. I mean, if you can't skid up your knees, I mean, are you really even trying the skateboard trick?
So that was premeditated, and I knew I was not going to slide, and I knew I was going to skip my knees up. But like I said, I was a little excited, and certainly a great memory there, and always be a special place in my heart for the Muscle Shoal area there, the headwaters of Pickwick Lake, right behind the Wilson Dam.
Well, looking at those 4 images right there, it tells you how different and how changing this body of water is. And when you drive around this body of water, that's kind of the feeling that you get too, where, you'll pass one bay, and I mean, that watercolor is totally different. But The seams you talk about in current, do you deal with that as well in watercolor, or is it you want to get as far away from that bad colored water as possible?
Well, you deal with those current seams no matter what the water clarity, but boy, Brandon Poldick, I rode around a little bit during our postponed days, but I have not seen any water quite that dirty. That's kind of borderline I would get away from kind of watercolor there, but who am I? Brandon Poldick won two elite trophies last year, so but you'll see, especially Greg Hackney, he was farther back in those backwater areas, definitely looking for the clear water. It's just stained, but the sun might be affecting that just a little bit with our cameras, but that water there is, what I call, dirty water is not a bad thing. You can catch fish in dirty water, but fresh mixing dirty water is not normally very good.
You can catch them in this. It's when it's like chocolate, when it looks like Yoo-hoo. That's not so good. This isn't bad. Yeah, and it is a little cleaner out toward the main lake. But, it's fishable, and usually when you get the dirtier water, as that sun comes up, it's gonna warm up that dirtier water quicker. It holds the heat better, right? It's like wearing a black shirt versus a white shirt. And so you kind of keep that in mind since it's springtime and these fish are wanting to move to where it's getting warmer.
Obviously the lake is much higher, 3 or 4 feet higher than we last saw it. The watercolor is different. Everything has changed, so we're trying to change with it. When the water comes up, you expect the fish to move up, and so I've had a couple of bites flipping. I've seen a couple caught, but I have not got it dialed in yet. So it's been a struggle. It's been a rough morning. I've had one good bite, probably 3.5 pounder. And then a couple of little dinks. We're gonna stumble on one somewhere. That or I'm gonna run up there to the dam and
Largemouth.
burn another couple of hours. Let's go back around there where I missed that fish.
Up around the
try to
dam when
expand
I
on
was
that one.
here 10 years ago.
He's trying to put the pieces together here, and it's early in this tournament. I got to remind people, I don't know if you were at that winning area by this point. The last time we were here, were you?
No, you're exactly right. I went downstream about 25, 30 miles and didn't catch anything. And it was about noon before I decided to go to plan B, which was the dam area there. So, yeah, a lot of time left to go. And you got to remember, these fishermen were not on the water the last 2 days. A lot of changes. A lot of them are, totally scrapped whatever they did in practice to start all over. So it'll get better as the day progresses. I truly believe that.
Buddy Gross, another angler who has had a win on this very body of water, a great history fishing this body of water, and another guy that was a very popular pick in fantasy fishing coming into this event.
Yeah, anywhere on the Tennessee River, Buddy Gross is he's gonna play, and he had a great practice, but just like we were saying, everything has certainly changed tremendously since practice. It's interesting to see him still offshore.
Number 5, but he's barely. Well, we got 5. That's the first cool right there. That's the one we need to cool. My plugs fell out.
Dave, you said it was interesting to see him offshore. Shocked you?
Well, not so much just to see Buddy Gross offshore, hooked up again, because he's one of the best in the business at offshore fishing, especially on Tennessee River. But we saw all these other anglers basically flipping and pitching in that shallow water. But Buddy Gross,
that's a smallmouth.
We're going to have to keep an eye on him, no doubt about it. And speaking of keeping an eye on someone, here's Chris Zaldain hooked up. Looks like a nice one.
That's a largemouth. Isn't that crazy? Right where the smallmouths are living. That's just a 2.5 pounder again. That's number 3 though. Isn't that crazy? Out there in the middle of the current. Little Larry. That's that little high spot from practice though. Oh gosh.
Big baits, big bites, and big moves for Chris Zaldain in that area that is so familiar to you, Davey Height. But you know what, you eat a big bite like that, you just gotta want to watch it again, right?
Absolutely. But one thing I heard Chris Zaldain say, it surprised him for that largemouth to be out in current. That's something that definitely surprised me 10 years ago. Those largemouth, they'll be right out in that heavy current, just like the smallmouth.
Chris Zaldain getting it done. Fish number 3 in the boat for him, and anything can happen in that incredible area, but anything can happen here in the beautiful Florence, Alabama Shoals area. Make sure to follow the action all day long. Bass Live on location. Here we are along the shores of Florence, Alabama.
Okay, baby. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here on Pickwick Lake. And, you know, as we continue to cover this event, Davey, as you said, adjustments are key. And, of course, that current is going to play. But there's got to be a case made, I imagine, for these largemouth in that current. Would it not make it almost centralize them or target them right in one spot a lot more? Easier to predict, I guess.
Yeah, and right before we went to that break, we saw Chris Zaldane catch a largemouth, and he said right in the middle of that current, and I even mentioned that, but I really misspoke. They are very close to the current, like we talked about earlier. There's boulders there, and that largemouth is not going to sit there and just fight that current, continuously. They're going to find a place where there's slack water, and oftentimes in that much current, and it's one thing that I think helped me catch them good up there in that area where Chris Zaldane is. They will actually set up on the front side of those boulders or the back side. There can be an eddy on either side of the boulder.
Watching Scott Canterbury here right now, and watching him right now, he's covering water really, really quickly. Is that something we're going to get used to seeing?
Oh, yeah. That's what these guys are doing. I'm sure Scott Canterbury had a great practice, a slow day for him today. And instead of slowing down, when you're not on them, you need to speed up because, there's a lot of fishable water here. But those fish, they get in very small areas. And you're going to catch them here at Pickwick if you get around them because they're usually feeding. But if you're not around them, obviously you're not going to catch them then. So that's a big, big key. And you saw Scott Canterbury going downstream with that trolling motor, just covering a lot of water.
Talk to me about bait because when I talk to several, what are they eating there? It's easy to say they're all in there to eat, but what are they eating specifically?
Primarily threadfin and gizzard shad. And there's tons of them. That's why you see so many birds, whether it's seagulls, great blue heron, a lot of birds of prey in that area, a lot of fish, because there is a ton of shad right in that area. You see one boat in the distance there in front of Chris. Like I said, there's about a dozen boats, but they're spread out more than usual when you have all this water flow.
When the fish are spread out, obviously the anglers spread out, and it's kind of just a high water, low water kind of situation. The same theory, the less water, it isolates those fish, and that's kind of the deal. Can that change throughout this tournament as less water moves through the system? Will we see more anglers in that area, do you believe?
Well, I think we might see a few more anglers in there. The thing is, this is such a good lake, and it requires a lot of patience, or you're really rolling the dice, I guess, up on that upper end where you can go down the lake and catch numbers of fish. But the quality is what, to me, is so impressive about this area right behind the Wilson Dam. The 4 days of the event that I fished up there, very, very few small fish. Most fish were 4, 5, and even 6 pounds.
This area, you talk about how they spread out. Is this area more important? Timing was so important for you. Is this more important about timing or area now in this?
It is. And the reason why there's so many shad up there's so much bait, threadfin and gizzard shad. So they're constantly just sitting at a buffet table, so to speak. They're not going to eat 24/7. And there's certain things that trigger those fish, and you need to be at the right place at the right time.
Well, let's take a move up this incredible historic body of water. And Wes Logan, as I said, a highly taught about angler, and had a great run here, in the short time he's been here. But the reason I kind of, caveat that is because I'm going to tell you, this guy is a lot scarier than a lot of people may think.
Yeah, here he is, hooked up moments ago with a real good fish. You see him fishing shallow, stained water, not extremely dirty water like we saw Brandon Polnick fishing earlier, but out on the main river itself. It looks like he's around an island here, but fishing that flooded sawgrass.
Happy to get to
good fish there for Wes Logan. But you're right, I got to know him last fall, the Gunnersville tournament. He had a great tournament there. To be a young angler, he's one of those guys like we've been watching that reminds you of a Greg Hackney, a Brandon Polnick, Steve Kennedy. Not afraid to just fish for 5 quality bites.
Yeah, and his roommate just happens to be the tournament favorite, Justin Atkins. So keep that in mind. I call him the little ball of hate, not because he's hateful, but he hates losing. Like, there's nobody more upset when he doesn't make a paycheck. And that's specifically talking about some of these Alabama anglers this time around, these changing conditions. Does that play better for a local angler, or does it play better for those who traveled?
Well, we saw Scott Canterbury, obviously a great local angler, so to speak. struggling, but you also saw Scott Canterbury covering water. I wouldn't bet against him to have, 15 to 20 pounds before it's time for him to check in. So having that local knowledge, well, there's several things, I guess, about this lake. You've got to have 5 quality fish. And Wes Logan and people like that, they know that, hey, I don't have to catch 20 bass a day. I just need to be able to catch 5 good ones.
Wes Logan, obviously an Alabama pro, and we've got a camera on him. We're going to have cameras on all our anglers, and this is a unique one because generally by the time, we've got 10 cameras out in the water, we kind of got an idea of how everybody's catching them and who your tournament leaders are. But this one playing guessing game, and I'd say a pretty good guess that a guy like Buddy Gross is going to be on the mix. I know 2 buddies. I mean, I know Buddy the Elf, I love him, and I know Buddy the Gross. Buddy Gross, I love him. He's not Buddy the Gross. He is Buddy Gross, and he is hooked up right now.
I'll take it.
Good fish there for Buddy Gross.
That's a good pull right there.
What is that? What is he throwing there? That is the Mardi Gras just broke out in Buddy Gross's boat.
Certainly impressed with that spinnerbait. It was chartreuse, a lot of chartreuse, even a chartreuse blade, and then a red kicker blade in front. Very popular color when you have really dirty water. That's the one fish that he said, I need to get rid of. It's just a line burner, we love to call them, one that was just barely the minimum length. But Buddy Gross, glad we got a camera on him today. I think we'll have a camera on him quite a few days during this event. Very, very comfortable fishing here on Lake Pickwick.
Really, I mean, you're looking at a guy that honestly, you spend a little bit of time with him, and it feels like this is what he was designed to do. He's got that calm, relaxed, you know what I mean? A lot of sports, getting jacked up is one thing, but being calm in this sport is what really helps, and he's definitely got that.
It does. I'm very impressed with him last year at Lake Eufaula. Gigantic stringer that final day, catching 5 and 6 pound bass regularly, which he needed to. He was in 10th place going into the final day and made that hard charge and stayed calm all throughout it. But you could tell even Buddy Gross was a little giddy. He realized that he had a chance to win there at Lake Eufaula, and he sealed the deal.
Buddy Gross, there you see. Speaking of giddy, I'm giddy. I mean, this has been our first day doing this together, Davey, on site, on location, and I want to thank you for spending this little time. And the best part is this party is just getting started. I mean, this just day number 1, and Buddy Gross, as you see, Mardi Gras broke out in his boat. I mean, dirty water, who cares? They can see that thing from Mars. We're going to follow the action all day long on Bassmaster Live.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Well, the opening day of our 4-day tournament is on a Saturday instead of a Thursday. That means a Championship Tuesday is where we're headed. We got a long way to go before we get there. Right now, let's take a look at our unofficial standing so far. As we know, Scott Martin, who did not fish, caught most of his fish not out of sight of the takeoff in first place. Brandon Palnick had an excellent morning here. Pat Schlapper, who's won before here on Pickwick a year ago, in great shape. Brock Mosley making a big move up into the top 10. Also moving up in Brandon Lester, Ray Hanselman, Hank Cherry. Buddy Gross, we just saw him catch one a few minutes ago right here on our broadcast. Welcome to each and every one of you. And Mark Zona, from what we saw this morning, you've had a little chance to chew on it a little bit. What seems to be the direction we're headed now?
I really think it kind of at the top of our broadcast this morning, we were all in the dark on what that rising colored water was going to do. And not only that, if you really combine it with, it's a very post-fronty kind of day. If you see how all the guys are dressed up, you could tell it's a little bit off. And we talked about it this morning. It seems like the more stable the water gets, the better the bites. This is going to be one of those really weird tournaments that I think we're going to see weights go up as the tournament goes along. And it's very similar to the Fort Loudon event, where day one was really the day of survival. And I said it earlier, I got to spend a little bit of time down there 2 weeks ago. And here's what's really strange about Pickwick right now. It looks really darn good on paper at the end of the day, but there are massive intervals of time that you're like, is there a bass in this lake? Yeah. And then you'll see little pockets of flurries where at the end of the day, you're like, well, heck, it was a pretty darn good day. Look for that to definitely happen later this afternoon. From all the locals that I've talked to, every single one of them to a man said the later day bite has by far been superior.
Well, that's good news. Definitely something to look forward to. They got about 4 hours of fishing, our 100 anglers who are out there today, and we welcome you to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders there, obviously with Mark Zona on his location. Of course, we have Such and Ronnie here, the great Mike Sukon. What are we overlooking, Such? What do we need to pay attention to?
Oh, you're not overlooking anything. You guys have nailed every.
Okay, Ronnie, let me ask you. Okay, no, go ahead, Such.
I'll tell you where you're wrong, Tommy.
Big fish. Kobe Krieger, 6 pounds, 6 ounce. We got 3 guys who've jumped in with 5 pounders. I don't know what our big fish is going to be today. I don't want to ruin it for trivia, what we've caught in the past here. But right now we got 70 limits. Maybe the next 20 guys, half of them don't have marshals, and or they're off a bass track. We only got about 15 limits right now. 70 people have caught a fish and are on bass track.
Gotcha.
Ronnie?
I'm looking at Greg Hackney to see how good his practice was, to see how this lines up and how the history has played in his favor here. He's leading angler of the year, 2 top 10s to start the season. To see if he can maybe have a good afternoon will be something interesting.
All right. Well, kudos to Davey Height and Dave Mercer for bringing some great on-location coverage for the past hour there. If you're just now picking up with us, though, and you don't know the story, a huge system of storms went through on Wednesday. Wiped out the first day of competition. It was postponed. Second day, still the wind just blowing too hard in the opposite direction of the current and tons of water pouring in. So this is our first day, and all these guys, Mark Zona, their practice was rendered kind of moot.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning into this broadcast, Tommy, I think it's fair to say, you look at guys like Greg Hackney. We've seen Steve Kennedy up shallow, Brandon Polinick. There's a lot of males up shallow. You don't see those big 3.5 to 5 pound females up along that sawgrass. Could it happen? Absolutely. Going to get back down Pickwick right now with Buddy Gross. Slow morning, but starting to pick up steam.
We're fixing a coal, like a 5-pound coal. This thing is what we're fixing to do. Buddy. Another big one. Stay on. Little one. Just my luck. I'll let him eat it like I was gonna catch a big one. I don't think he'll cool.
He's missing a big one. Let's take a look at what happened just moments ago.
It's another good one. Stay on there. Ah! 6, maybe a 7. That right there just killed me. I throw my rod in. Are you sure?
Right by the boat. And he just caught a good one about 10 minutes previous to that. So he might be into a little pile of them here.
Did he say that was a 6 or a 7?
That's what he said.
Wow.
The last 90 minutes for Buddy Gross have been the whole tournament for him. With only one fish prior to that, he has done a lot of work in the last hour and a half.
Buddy Gross, one of the few anglers that we've been on today that has, and granted, you could tell he's not tremendously deep, but he's further offshore really than anybody that we've seen today to make that bite happen. There was a lot of folks coming into this tournament before that water rose that it was going to be more of the offshore bars, 5 to 9 foot of water. Well, a lot of that right now has 10 to 16 feet of water. Buddy Gross said he had 2 groups of fish located. Look at the color of that water right there with Pollidick.
Caught most of his fish this morning in very stained water, but this is like 2x of that.
Yeah, and you can all, gosh, here we go.
Come on. Don't shake. Don't shake like that. Just give up already.
Oh boy.
That's what I'm talking about. I knew that was good. That's the second one we have in this boat. That's the second. That's what I'm talking about. Come on in here. That's a coal right there. That's a coal. Sorry to get excited. Right there. Woo, I needed that today. I was beginning to wonder if I could still catch them. Son.
Tommy, did you see that karate chop throat punch hook set by Buddy Gross right there on that spinnerbait? I'm serious.
Absolutely serious.
We made him feel his lash.
Got to threaten the lead with that fish.
Buddy Gross on fire right now. He only gained about 4 pounds with that cull right there. So
painted blade too. I like it.
All right. On that note, let's dish out a little Striker daily trivia for you right here. First trivia of the day: what percentage of the field caught limits in the 2010, not the 2011, but the 2010 Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake? Was it 95, 99, 99, 8? Well, we got 2 99.8, so B and C, you get 2 for 1 or 100.
3.999
for you when we come back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Action you're seeing on day number 1, 50 miles long. Formidable bass fisheries in the world, Pickwick Lake. Let's get to our Striker Daily, a trivia payoff here. What percentage of the field caught limits in the 2010 Elite here on Pickwick Lake? Was it 95.7? Was it 98.2? 99.8? Or 100%? Catching a limit there. Who caught a limit, right, Such? Who caught at least a limit?
Well, yeah, on day 1, 2, 3, and 4, yeah.
Oh, okay.
245 competition days.
Z, you want to venture a guess?
Anybody?
Tommy, I do, because I remember that tournament. I'm on 100% accurate on this. I feel like it's 100% D.
I agree with
I'll
that,
go
D.
C.
Ronnie's going with C.
See, you are exactly correct.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Everybody, all 93 anglers caught a limit day 1, day 2, 47 on day 3, and 12 on day 4.
Good job.
Thanks.
As you can see, that volume of water that we are dealing with out here.
2011, that didn't happen, though. We missed some limits on.
Oh, it was 2010? See, look at how tricky you were. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't even born yet.
3 fish.
Seeing Zaldane moving a little bit, getting out of the tail race.
That fish Buddy Gross caught was entered as a 6-pounder. He's got 17-12 in the lead. Our sixth
I
lead
like
change
that
today.
after losing a big one, trying to swing it, he went right back to the tank and swung that 6-pounder.
I like the way he went after the one that came off.
I thought he was trying to. I think he was trying to spear it, like spear it. Yeah,
you know. Easier to get forgiveness than permission.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Oh yeah. Hey guys, why don't we take in slide? Let's call it mid-lake right now with Steve Kennedy. An awful slow morning, lost a big one early. Steve Kennedy live.
There he is. Are you kidding me? It's a good one too. No doubt it's a keeper. You ready? Ooh. That's what lives out here. I can't believe they're out here in this mud. We got it all to ourselves. That doesn't mean I can catch another one, but we got a bite. We got a bite. 214. We call it a. That's what I'm talking about. They got a little bitty mouth and big old fat jokers.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kennedy on the board now. Hooked in on West Logan about 45, 50 minutes ago. Get back down to the man from Alabama. Birmingham here.
He was our day 3 leader at Gunnersville.
He was.
Last year.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of time in a boat with him, didn't we?
He'll be one to watch at Neely Henry later this year as well.
Neely Henry and Gunnersville, both in the month of May here for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You know, it was funny, before our midday break, there was a big time lull that hit. If you kind of looked at our Bass Track and times on there, at about 10:15 it really slowed down, and really since about 30 minutes ago Pickwick's starting to pick up a little bit.
Let's get back to the man with a hot hand right now.
Why don't we?
Buddy Gross, winner last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Now finds himself in first place. Big flurry out here.
I know it ain't the winning bag, but dadgum if it don't feel good. I got all kinds of hooked.
Still has 2.5 pounders.
I don't remember which one's a little one now.
Yeah, those are all the 2.5 pounders too, the way they're built right now.
Let me just go ahead and put one on. Find out.
Something else watching Buddy Gross fish this time of year on the Tennessee River. You notice something compared to other times of year that we cover Buddy Gross, all moving baits. Everything is winding.
What's very interesting is how much of a sure thing he is on the Tennessee River, yet
Well, it's been a while.
he finished 36th, 48th,
What looked
and
like was getting better.
60th in his 3 Tennessee
That's
River
kind of the
events
opposite direction.
so far in his 2 years on the Elite Series.
I'm still practicing, you know.
Different times of the year, though, than what we're doing now.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Ronnie, what you're talking about right there is, we talked about it earlier. He said he has very little experience here on Pickwick this time of year.
Yeah. More like late May, June, July.
Right. Offshore deals.
He was still the second most picked angler out of Group C, Ronnie, in fantasy, to Scott Canterbury.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
18% or so picked him, and 23 picked Scott Canterbury.
Steve Kennedy, like Hackney, said he had an unbelievable practice. There was times in practice when that water was coming up that there was a fish on every single target. And if you kind of watch Steve Kennedy's career, these are the tournaments when we get to flowing water, flood conditions, that by championship, well, Tuesday this week, it's weird to say that. Have we done that before? These are the tournaments where Kennedy does well. This is how he grew up, fishing shoal bass in South Alabama. But he said, whenever you get rising water and heavy current, it really makes the fish predictable for Kennedy. Back to Chris Zeldane live.
Big one. That's a big one, dude. Oh, stay. What the heck is it? Drum? Catfish. Look at that.
Wow, he has caught every species on the Tennessee River this afternoon.
I'm talking about smoke.
Every species.
The Pickwick Slam?
I think I've got the trash fish award for the day.
He is one solid bull shark from the cycle.
Yeah, that big old flathead. Gosh, he choked it. Thought it was a big old largie.
He said the key to his bite was making sure the swim bait was on the bottom, and he's catching a lot of bottom feeding fish.
In it.
Yes,
we are learning what to tie on if you want to just purely get your line stretched on Pickwick.
You don't need dough balls. You just need a 6-inch mag draft.
His biggest concern, Ronnie, was he said water clarity was obviously so much better before, that we had these floods. And he sent, he posted 1 or 2 pictures and sent me a pile of pictures of what he was catching on that mag draft. But his biggest concern was if that water got a little bit of color in it, which it looks like it absolutely has.
And it's also the reverse of it. It's the first area on Pickwick that gets dirty, and it's probably the first area on Pickwick that will get clean again when it's normal.
Flushed out.
Yes. Because what people may not know is Wilson, Wheeler, Gunnersville, those are the next lakes that funnel into Pickwick. Wilson stays relatively the same because it's so small. They don't want it to get super high. A lot of docks and residential, they don't need that to fluctuate. So what they send from Gunnersville to Wheeler basically is sent straight through Wilson at the same rate it's coming into Wilson and going straight into Pickwick. Wilson's basically just used straight down the drag there. All whatever dirty water is coming from Wheeler will come right through all of those.
Ronnie, I'd love some of our Bassmaster Live friends to maybe chime in on this or not. I still say mid-80s it's going to take to win this. Yeah?
Yeah, I would agree.
You know, you feel like, and today might not be the day, but somebody's going to catch a 25-pound bag and back it up with solid consistency.
Buddy Gross, again, as you pointed out, Z, fishing a little farther off the bank than anyone else. Not necessarily super deep or anything, but we wonder if he's going to be able to keep moving out a little bit. That's certainly the sort of situation he likes.
And I'll tell you what I like about Buddy Gross right now. Number one, he is left alone. He has nobody else around him. And that's why I'm going to say this one kind of quietly. We don't want to draw attention to young Buddy Gross. Catching a solid one right there. Another good keeper for Buddy Gross, who had a very, very slow morning. Started around the Coger Island area, moving down lake. Not going to give the exact location. Catching a solid keeper right there. Losing a giant, well, it wasn't that one. Sorry. It just looked all the same. Catching this huge Pickwick largemouth. Most all of his damage on a big spinnerbait, chartreuse, and red blade. Hey, buddy, you're the power pole replay. Grapes!
No.
No, it's a goose.
Yes, a goose.
It is.
Sorry.
We'll get back to that. I got a point. Well, I was going to say, when they're grouped up on Pickwick, they're grouped up. And we see Buddy Gross's last hour to put him in the lead has done that.
He definitely is the man on top right now as we watch the Pelicans make their way up the Tennessee River. We'll be right back in just a minute.
Screams everywhere.
Yeah.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Day one action out here. Let's take a look at this. Happened a little bit earlier for Buddy Gross. Oh, came off right at the boat.
Not a tournament to lose a 6 to 7 pounder, but it seems Buddy Gross has landed on a load of big ones. Slow morning for young Buddy Gross. But really the last 45 minutes, we talked about this. We were going to see flurries throughout this day, and Buddy Gross is on one of those right now. Back out to Buddy Gross. Alive.
Unofficially holding the lead right now at ounces ahead of Scott Martin.
So going to commercial, what I was saying was it might be one single fish here and there for a lot of these anglers, but for some of these guys who found these bar fish or a little bit offshore, can get them grouped up so quick. Brandon Lester, Scott Martin, Buddy Gross all went through flurries this morning where they did most of their work within 45 minutes compared to everybody else using all 8 hours.
Freaking 6-pounder.
That looks like a keeper.
That ain't good. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. That's what I'm talking about.
And a 1978 gill paw landing.
Mouthful.
Wow.
Oh, that's a chunk.
Mama. Mama. Big mama.
Take a look at that landing again. That is Tennessee River by the grace of God, Tommy Sanders, Buddy Gross. And hey, all honesty, Buddy Gross, the last hour putting on the show, said he only had 2 groups of good ones. And I said, is there a lot there? He said, I don't know, man. I caught 1 or 2 off of each spot and got out of the area. That is a big one.
Boy, that's a big head on.
That's what we've been waiting for. And here's the beauty of this. He is alone.
Yeah.
We might see that 25-pound bag today.
He's up to 21 1/4 right now. There's another 6-pounder. Got rid
So I
of the
just pulled
2-8.
back out here on one of these bars and finally found one that had some fish on it. We've, I guess, probably caught about 7 or 8, maybe 10 fish. Got 2 good ones. I lost one about 6 pounds, so I mean, I'm on the right fish. I don't want to burn them up for tomorrow, but I am going to keep hitting them until I get just a little bit more, and then we're going to start running some more. Maybe they're showing up on all of them. I don't know yet, but we'll find out.
Well, we have seen Buddy Gross go on an insane run before. Seems like, yes, it was just last year in June, Lake Eufaula. First time ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series at Alabama's Lake Eufaula. Buddy Gross kind of back in the pack a little bit till the final day, and then he makes his move.
Yeah, he made his move, and really his move was on day 3, if you remember that tournament, Tommy. He went from fishing deep crankbaits, worms, to a jig that he told us after day 3, I found out what the big ones will bite in this lake, and I feel like I'm throwing something that nobody else is throwing in this tournament. Blew the doors out on Championship Sunday. Buddy Gross, Bassmaster, live.
But a little B&W trailer hitches. Bonus coverage. Patrick Walters, we have spent some time with him, especially at the St. Johns River. And Patrick, give us the lay of the land today, if you would, sir.
Guys, we're doing a little bit of turn and burn today. The water has completely changed. The lake's changed. We got high, muddy water. What I'm doing is I'm running the highest percentage areas that I possibly can. I'm throwing a crankbait, I'm throwing a lipless bait, a chatterbait, and I'm covering as much water as I possibly can and trying to get those aggressive fish and mainly try to dial in, where they're at, what is the pattern today. And it's been all over the place. We got lucky, pulled up on one spot, caught 5 real quick. And let me show you guys kind of what I'm fishing. Come down here for a second. If you look here, this is the main lake. This is the main river right here. Here's a back point right here where there's a gravel bar. This was dry land 3 days ago. And then if you look right here, see there's a little hard spot, maybe a stump or something. And that's what we're doing. We're sitting right here in this ditch mouth, casting up shallow where they can get out of the current. And if you look right there on that 360, that's what we're looking for. Let's see if we can make something happen.
Patrick, I'm a little bit disappointed. It looks like you have room for about 1 or 2 more graphs up there. But number 2, you are known as the live scope king on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Were you able to find fish like that through practice before this water rose?
Yeah, I thought we were absolutely going to crush them. They were staged up, and I'm telling you, when I say grouped up, they were thick. And it'd be at all these little ditch mouths and stuff, and I mean, you could sit there and pan them, and I'm telling you, whoo, when they start dancing on that sucker, it gets you fired up.
Roll Tide.
But what a lot of people, give me a little Roll Tide. What a lot of people don't know is my love is slamming in the dirt. So we've caught most of our fish in about 6 foot and shallower today, which was probably dry land just a couple days ago. So we're just gonna keep turning and burning and see what happens.
Patrick, as you foresee what's going to happen with the water levels, the current and so forth, where do you see these fish headed as we go through the next 3 days?
Well, I see them, they're kind of holding up. Some of them have followed the water, some of them have not. Some of them have kind of moved up with it, but the main thing is if it stabilizes, if it stays stable at this level, there's going to be a mad rush to the bank. And I'm going to be fishing in the back of that pocket before too long. But if it starts dropping just a little bit, I mean a quarter of an inch, I think they're going to stay put on those main gravel bars, main points, current breaks. That way they don't have to move up back and forth so much. When they make that move to the spawn, they want to do it one time. They don't want to go up there and get jerked back. So they know the water fluctuates here. They're used to it. It's just finding those ones that are willing to eat.
Patrick, has it been a mixed bag, largemouth and smallmouth, or are all largemouth today Roll Tide?
Roll Tide, all largemouth. Somewhere in the state of Alabama, I always fish for things if I can. Even when I go up north, that's why I suck up north. But no, it's been all largemouth. I've only caught 2 smallmouth since I've been here, including practice, and no smallmouth today. So I had one smoke a jig on a bluff. I'm telling you, I have not had a jig bite all week, and I flipped one on a bluff, and it was either about a 7-pound smallmouth or a 25-pound drum. So we're gonna keep them honest.
Patrick, I don't know how your practice went, but was it such that you were happy that everyone's practice was wiped out? Uh-oh, look out. Or were you sad that everyone's practice was wiped out?
Basically, the most thing practice did was let you see the lake, kind of let you ride around and see where majority of the fish were at. And that was really about it, because it has completely changed. I just caught a good one in a pocket in Bear Creek. Most of my fish are around 7 Mile and Cogar Island, but there's just so much current getting ripped that those fish can't really stay there. They're moving around so much. So I mainly wanted to go to areas where the bigger populations of fish I had. And then it was dry land where I ended up catching that fish. It was where I found them. It was 500 yards away. They moved that much following that water. They're down there.
Get that one. Patrick, thank you. Good stuff, man. Fantastic.
Absolutely.
From Patrick Walters out there on the water, turning and burning.
Yeah, turning and burning. Yeah. Safety's off, too, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely, Roll Tide. Yeah. Now, bird's eye view, the Humminbird bird's eye view is what we're going to right now, which we like this new feature. This, man, look.
Yes, we do.
Boy, that is a look at Chris Zaldain. Obviously, has moved downstream to the bridge area there. That's often a very popular place to fish.
Yeah, and really, Tommy, you get a look at how fast that current's moving, 3 or 4 miles an hour. You almost have to get in one of those eddies right there where you could hold, or you almost have to go down current in a lot of the areas where Chris Zaldain is at. Going to get out to him right now, Bassmaster Live.
I've had, the last 4 stops I stopped on here, they're just around the bridges here, and there's just giant, riprap boulders around this, and you can't even see them. I see them on my down imaging here in 12 feet of water. And 4 or 5 days ago during practice, I'd throw that big swim bait on there and catch big largemouth along here. So what's happening is, with all this flooded, they're able just to meander through all this vegetation and trees, and they just get lost in that stuff, and it's really hard to pinpoint them. So if I had to guess, the guys down the river, if the water's this high, they're probably struggling too. So I'm about to go all in on the smallmouth and the fast current. We caught a couple smallmouth doing it, a couple largemouth and 1 smallmouth, but I'll go back to where I caught those drum this morning, and it could be any minute, any hour where the smallmouth just show up to party. So I got my cast established. Nope. I got my cast established up there. I just got to go present it in front of the fish, and they'll bite. So we'll go do that now.
Please do.
Yeah, we like that news. That is for sure. Thinking now, of course, now Chris Zaldain has caught. Throw out the species rule. He's caught the biggest 5-fish limit we've ever seen on Bassmaster Live today.
Absolutely. Record breaking. And get back out to Steve Kennedy live.
I love how Tommy was putting the show back on the tracks there, but you still threw in a Roll Tide. I like that.
I felt like I was left out if I didn't throw one in.
Not the kind of place where we caught a fish. It looks great.
Boy, that is 2 totally different game plans right there, where we thought we would see Steve Kennedy up closer to the tail race.
Gotta get the bait in there.
Something interesting for our folks at home watching this on Bassmaster Live, Tom.
Yeah.
Listening to Buddy Gross earlier this morning with as much current as ripping out on that main river. And he's obviously very, very close to the main river where he was earlier today. But something he said, with that amount of current, he really felt the bigger packs of largemouth always use that back current side of those bars, compared to a lot of times you hear smallies on the front side of current, blah, blah, blah. But with this much current, you could really tell that Buddy Gross was dialed in to that softer backside of those bars instead of the sides of them, the up current side, just Tennessee River 101 knowledge. But I thought that was really interesting listening to him talk about that earlier today, that the biggest key for him, all downstream sides of the bars that he's fishing.
Does that surprise you as strong as the water's flowing now?
No. I mean, the front sides of those bars, I mean, it's a wind turbine of water rushing around the fronts. And the only place that those schools have to go is the down current side just to sustain.
I know sometimes people talk about the front side and current, it creates its own, it bounces off and creates an eddy, but you're just saying there's just too much volume now for that.
There's just, there's just way too much water coming around the front sides of those. Everybody that we really, besides Polinick, the majority of every angler that we've looked at least on our map so far, is on the down current side of an island, the down current side of a bar. Boy, slow day for past champion Jeff Gustafson.
So we changed things up a little bit. I caught some fish up in this creek here. That's a good cast. The first day of practice, the water was clear. It was about 6 feet lower than this. But I don't know, I had to get out of that current and just try something different, so. Not very fun.
For the folks at home, generally looking
Not
at
very
about
fun.
60 to 65 degree water temp. A couple of anglers told me that they did see it spike up to 70 on Wednesday.
Especially in some of these out of the current places that are going to be just stagnant compared to maybe where Zaldane's fishing, heavy moving water.
Actually, Ron Kennedy, one of the anglers that said he found 70 degree water and said he caught 0 bass in the creek where he found the warmest water.
Wow. And that's the hardest thing, is getting here. There's no fish on bed at Pickwick, but if you showed up this week to go fish, you'd see the water temp and say the spawn is on, but they're not quite there yet with all the flooding and crazy weather Alabama's had.
Absolutely. I mean, it was in the teens here. Look at the size. I'm talking about a Northern Alabama stud by Buddy Gross.
Buddy had lost one that size shortly before that. Comes back with a vengeance. That was huge. Put him in the lead unofficially right now as we get into our afternoon session full speed here on Bassmaster Live. Going to take a quick break and come right back with more. Plenty of fishing time left on Pickwick.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Still got plenty of fishing time yet to come here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Day number 1. First 2 days postponed because of conditions. Buddy Gross, the man on top. The past hour has been very, very good to the man from Chickamauga. Scott Martin had the lead for most of the morning. Pat Schlapper, Bill Lowen, Polnick. Polnick, a good morning from Brandon as well. Let's take a look as we look at the spillway, at the floodgates there at the Wilson Dam. Our TH Marine Weather Watch right now, 63 degrees. Sunny, the wind out east out of 9 miles an hour. Beautiful, beautiful weather. Just the effects of the weather from earlier in the week is what's really still driving the narrative here, as they say.
Absolutely right, and it's kind of shaping up. It's been a lot of regional tournaments on Pickwick the last couple weeks. In fact, I believe it was a week ago, real top heavy with the winning weights, and then kind of went down quite a bit past 10th, 20th place.
Yeah, I think when we were at the Tennessee River in Knoxville, there was 20 bags over 20 pounds in the Alabama Bass Trail.
Yes.
Wow.
There's 5 over 25 pounds. I think the winner was close to 28, right under.
Yeah. Tommy
Zaldane wanted him to hit that swim bait like it's an Argentinian royal red shrimp. Ron, sorry.
Tommy, I got word during our last commercial break that Zaldane moved down farther from the dam to the bridge because there was a group of people getting their whitewater rafting certification right there just moments before. So he didn't want to fish while they were doing that. You know,
Yeah. And he's hooked up.
Hold on.
Come here. Yeah, baby. Oh, that's a pretty gray looking one.
They're biting right now.
Just a little guy. Got to be 15. That's well over. That's like 18, 19. It's a nice fat one. Not huge, but nice one. It's number 4, guys. And we're gonna be locked into this all day. Why not? The biggest thing is no one's up here, like no one's doing it. So if you really want to set yourself apart from the crowd, do something the whole crowd's not doing. There's no one up here. Dude, that fish was in the rapids. Like a steelhead.
I mean, how bad would it suck?
Sure.
To be a shad coming down the rapids. Number one, you're getting flushed around, and then out of nowhere from behind a boulder, that happens to you. I don't think you see Buddy Gross sit here much longer.
Wow, I mean, it's been good to him.
It has.
It has been very good to him.
And you are on a lake that you do not want other people to see you, if you know what I mean. Blah.
Yeah. And what's weird for him is how slow his morning was, how great his midday has been, that he may be thinking that he's playing catch up from missing out on a good morning bite because they're biting so well. Like it took him a while this morning to get situated. He knows that 25 pounds would be great no matter how this lake's fishing.
I used a blue marker to mark all my swim baits, and it transferred onto the swimmer. Maybe it's good luck. I don't know. We'll see. It's a blue back herring. There we go.
Had it both ways, Ronnie. Guys regret bending, on their fish, and other ones not staying on them.
Marked up and ready to go. That was fish number 4 for Chris Zaldane.
It has not been pretty, but he is slowly getting there.
He's sort of recommitted himself to this right now, and you can look at that big rock or snag that's right up ahead of him, and you can see kind of pretty self-explanatory as to what's going on.
It's really amazing how they live in that right there, or biting that.
One more look at it.
And how color may even work, and why color would be a deal.
Chris Zaldane made the comment earlier this week. He got on a load sheephead, came back later in the afternoon, and they reloaded with smallmouth. Maybe that is starting to play for Chris Zaldane.
Well, it is entertaining at any rate. That is some stuff that's such a scenario we don't see so much on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Catching them out of the rapids like that for Chris Zaldane and Buddy Gross, though. Really the guy, the star of our past hour, just loading his boat. And like you say, Mark Zona, how long can he afford to stay there? We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Good 3 hours fishing time for most of our anglers, the 100 of them out there today at this Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Right now, let's turn to our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. spent some time with many former anglers of the year this morning. We've had, we had Swindle, we've had Canterbury, a few others, but the man in the lead right now for 2021 Angler of the Year is Greg Hackney, followed up by Jeff Gustafson, who won our last event there. Greg Hackney with 193 points. That is a strong start to your year.
And obviously, the tide is going to turn on that Angler of the Year. Watch Gustafson with a brutal day one here on Pickwick. Going to get back out on the water right now with young Greg Hackney, your Angler of the Year. What? Check it out. It's a Linus Green.
What is that? What?
Actually, that was Hackney during the 2 days that... The 2 days that were postponed, that's what Hackney looked like in his. I don't think he's one of the RV campers.
Oh, I can't believe that. No, that's so bad.
Actually, it actually looks like him.
Oh, my word.
You're right. That was not a good. But earlier today, Greg Hackney, and we haven't talked about this with our afternoon viewers. Hackney said he had an insane practice, cranking just offshore, main river bars, backsides of, little bit patches of hydrilla. Today he scrapped that, went a couple pockets just inside of where he was practicing. And the one thing that you definitely notice, he's got a lot of bites up shallow in that sawgrass.
Oh, get in here.
But they're all pretty much male fish. A few fish over 3 pounds, but not those Pickwick giants that we've seen in Buddy Gross's live well. And you can see right there, all of Hackney's catches very, very shallow here on Pickwick.
He's had his limit there for a good hour plus now. And about 11 pounds or so. It's got him in 22nd place, so not bad.
All right, tell us about the Angler of the Year and how bad you won.
Well, finally I caught one on cue, you know what I mean? I'd been trying to do that earlier, but I want everything. Angler of the Year, bunch of money. I'll just take it all right now, you know what I mean? But I'm having kind of a rough go of it today. We just spun out there where all my waypoints are, where I was planning on spending the tournament. And it's got about 5 more feet of water over top of the fish, so I'm practicing. And that's the first bite I've had in a while. But, that whole Angler of the Year deal is a marathon. I've been there before, so it's just one of those deals that you can't, it's way too early in the year to really even be thinking about it. You know what I mean? It's just so much fishing left, so much fishing just left this week, to do. So I'm really just taking it one event at a time and just trying to do the best I can. I don't, because you get thrown these curveballs just like today, you know what I mean? I'm fishing dry land, basically. If I had any idea this water was going to do this, I might as well not even really, I don't know that you could practice for it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I would have done different had I had any idea it was going to come up like this. So we're just trying to make the most of it. I thought some of those fish might have moved up. That's the 9th bite I think I've had today. And it's just, I'm not catching the quality up here that I caught out there. So that makes me think, there's yet to be a big group of them come shallow. But I'm gonna have to give it a little more time, because I think there's more coming. You know what I mean? Like, in theory, there would be all day long, there'd be new fish coming. The lake is still coming up, so I just got to keep plugging away. I can't get enough bites to dial in where they are, I've been bit in some bushes. I've been bit on that sawgrass. It does seem to be maybe the most consistent part of it is they want to be where the current is. Like, I've only caught one, I think. The first fish I caught was in dead water, where there was no current. But this is actually a dead end here, but that current's coming around that island. So I'm gonna just kind of stay in current and keep fishing. I don't know that I'll do this all day, but I got to do it a little more just because I'm getting enough bites to keep me, you know, about halfway interested in it. So.
He is such a treat. What?
How do you think the rest of this season stacks up for him, Z?
Real good.
Real good?
Real good.
I will say this, I talked to you about it, Tommy, the other day in the office. I was looking at how many anglers have started the season with back-to-back top 10s.
He was on there.
Hackney
And
did
I never
that.
felt him bite, but you know what I mean. He caught it falling.
In the last decade, we've had 9 of the last 10 years. Someone has done that. They've gotten 2 top 10s to start the season. We've actually had it 14 different times. So multiple years, we've had multiple guys do it.
Faster, but I'm not
But I mean,
feeling that jig bite, you know, being
guys, seriously. Look at the places that we're going for the next 2 months. I think it sets up very well for any angler that's really good at fishing shallow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
2 in Alabama, 2 in Texas.
Right.
Sabine has moved back to the April 8th, 11th slot.
Where he won the last time we went there.
And it's Fork, late April, 22nd start.
Yeah, and actually, you know, when it was possible that we were going to the Sabine in August, Hackney loved it.
Really?
He was fine with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Not many others would say that, Z.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hold. Yeah.
Hey, little Larry.
It is so weird. You can catch smallmouth and largemouth mixed in that stuff.
Current. And that's a keeper.
Number 5.
All right, 2 1/4. Little dude. Put a tag on him. It's number 5.
Took him a little while, but Chris Aldane knocking out a limit here. Very, very important to get a limit on this day. You want to stay in the middle of it, in the thick of it right now. Buddy Gross, Scott Martin on top. Bill Lowen hanging tough in there as well. All this water's headed for the Ohio River, and that's where Bill Lowen is from. When we come back, hey, they did a great job for us for the middle hour of the day. Dave and Davey, Pike and Mercer, when we return.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Into our Yamaha, Minn Kota unlock the lake. I mean, but you look at that. I mean, it's easy to be confused, Davey, because there's dots all over the map. I mean, guys are everywhere.
Yeah, looking at the Minn Kota unlock the lake. The good thing is there are people fishing from the tailwaters, the headwaters of this lake, all the way down the lake. Yellow dots everywhere, which means you're on a great fishery, and not just a great fishery, but a great fishery for largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass. Just a pleasure to be here. A little slower start today than we anticipated because 2 days being canceled, the first 2 days of the event. So, but they're figuring them out better now. You see more and more yellow dots.
Those changing conditions, did that distribute those dots a lot more evenly, or that's how it was always going to play no matter what happened?
No, that's a good point there. That probably distributed them throughout the lake better because a lot of anglers, I mean, some people that have a lot of experience here, Scott Canterbury comes to mind for one, that was just trolling motor down wide open with the current to his back, covering a lot of water to try to locate a school of bass.
Well, live on the water right now. Let's have a look in at Chris Zaldain and Brandon Palnick. We spent a little time with them this morning, but they're two guys who you got to imagine that this fishery and these conditions especially have to set up well for.
They do, and they're fishing very differently. Chris Zaldain up by the spillway has totally committed to do that, and it took him quite a while to get his limit, but he's got his limit now. Every hour that passes, it seems like the fishing actually gets better there as the sun gets higher and higher. So Chris Zaldain certainly not done for the day. Brandon Palnick got off to a great start this morning, fishing very different, fishing a lot dirtier water than Chris Zaldain, using a square bill crankbait, using a chatterbait, pitching a jig, swimming a jig some. So very different approaches, but you know both of those guys are going to be successful.
The timing windows that we see on a lot of fisheries, do they play as much here? You know, in these with Brandon's early start, is that going to be a timing thing, or is this a different fishery under these conditions?
Yeah, I think it's timing. No matter what time of year you're here at Pickwick, the Tennessee River has so much bait that these fish, you can look at them. I mean, they're big, they're fat, they're healthy, and they can feed at any time, but certain things trigger them. And you've just got to be at the right place at the right time. I've seen it here in the past. We heard Chris Zaldain talk about it a lot. We've heard Brandon Palnick talk a little bit about it also. But it's all about timing. And the thing that's really amazing is where Chris Zaldain is fishing. Timing could mean you catch all drum. Timing could mean you catch 5 smallmouth in a row. It's just really incredible. You can be fishing the same location, and it could be a group of drum that turn on. It could be smallmouth, it could be largemouth. Really incredible with that much current, how many largemouth you can catch up there.
Knowing that area specifically is a big time feeding area, the general size catch better in that area, would you imagine, than the rest of the river?
Yeah, it just amazed me in the past being in that area, and you've seen with Zaldain, he doesn't have the weight he wants, and he's got more fishing time. Hopefully he'll get there. But you just don't see many 12, 13, 14-inch fish being caught. Those aren't keepers, but in most places throughout Pickwick, you'll see those smaller fish caught, but not up there.
Well, a guy who took a W at our last one, the second Canadian ever to do it, Gussie on the screen there, and Gross. And Gross, our new leader, got a new Phoenix Boats big bass just shortly after we left the air earlier today, but you kind of called that. That's a guy you got to expect to be in the mix here.
Yeah, I've really become friends with Buddy Gross. I like being around him, like talking to him, and I did not realize this. I was just talking to him the other day. He's got 2 victories here and only about 2 or 3 tournaments, so he feels great about being here on Pickwick. He's great on Tennessee River, but a lot of success here for the number of tournaments that he has fished here. And then the other thing with Gussie, it's all about momentum in this sport. And when he come off a win, you can expect for him to be doing well. Also today, Gussie, you just get feeling positive about your decisions, and that's always a good thing.
You want to talk about timing? We obviously talking about timing up at the dam, but the area right adjacent to us, basically, that's right where Scott Martin did his damage this morning. Yeah. We've seen several anglers cycle through that area and kind of strike out. Kobe Krieger just rolled in there and got himself a keeper by the looks of things. So timing is everything.
Yeah, you can really see this. And as fishermen, we don't know that this happens. I spent my career being out on the water, not so much being in one place like this during a Bassmaster Elite event. But Scott Martin caught probably 20 fish there. We've probably seen 5 or 6 other anglers fish there since then and have not seen a keeper caught. And Kobe comes through and immediately catches a nice keeper. It's just really incredible. Like we were talking about, timing is such a big, big key to our sport. Be at the right place at the right time.
So that most likely has less to do with, obviously technique plays in, but it's not like he went in there and threw something different. It's most likely you hit the time at the exact right time and it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of timing, Chris Zaldain, and I mentioned earlier that I think the afternoon will be really good for him up there. And I really like what I'm seeing. He's committed to it. We all know how good he is with the swim bait in his hand. We all know what that area can produce throughout many, many years before I won that tournament up there and since then. So it's going to be interesting to see not only this afternoon, but each day as this tournament unfolds, how Chris Zaldain does up there.
The Zaldangerous one, maybe not the best one to follow for the family. Tough on them because he locks that big rod in his hand and he takes risk. But I feel like this has got to be one of those events where those risks could really pay off.
A little bit of time.
But even with the drum, the timing is everything. Dave Mercer, that was a drum, but Chris Zaldane, Kobe Krieger's hooked up again right here. Chris Zaldane is he's in an area that you're gonna have to weed through the drum, some striped bass, different fish. That's just part of what you've got to go through in the area that he's at.
Those fish are there because the fish are there. I mean, they're all there for one reason. And the amazing thing about areas like that is how quick things can change. And with that area in mind, you know, Zaldane stayed there all day, but the evil part about this is with timing, I mean, it's almost like playing a slot machine. Do you not want to leave? Like at this point, you've invested the majority of your day. It's hard to leave.
Yeah, you've got to commit to something like that. Very difficult, very difficult.
Well, let's go out and see the guy who won the very first event, the B&W trailer hitches on the line. Brian New, won the very first event. And Brian, you can hear us. Brian, give us an update on your day so far. Brian, give us an update on your day so far. Obviously, Brian having some communication issues, and he's focused.
Talk to me, Mike.
He's focused. He doesn't want.
Talk to me, Mike. No.
Hi, Brian. Give us an update on your day so far.
He's
Davey, you're a pro. Tell me what you think Brian's day is going like.
Well, I can tell you his day's not all bad because we saw him raise a blue trophy in his very first Bassmaster Elite event, and it hasn't been that long ago. And it's really enlightening to see him after that victory. I saw him a week or so later, and he was like, got everything paid for this year. It just takes the pressure off, and that's great to see Brian New. And he showed everyone just what a great fisherman he is and how much he deserves to be here. Was a point champion for the Opens, both divisions combined coming in, and that's no easy task whatsoever. We all knew that Brian New was going to be the real deal and here to stay.
Yeah, to take that points championship from the Opens, really, you look at that, the Elite Series is the Elite Series, but if there's anywhere where you could say, mathematically, that is the toughest place to make a living as a pro, it's those Opens. You look at the number of pros and the amount of people trying to make it the Elite Series, it's got to be kind of, it's a good, cushy gig you got here, Dave. Thank God. You wouldn't want to go through that, would you?
Yeah, well, we all had to starting out, but it's gotten tougher and tougher through the years. When I did it was way back in the early 90s, and it's more and more difficult since then. But that's so important to the Elite Series because when someone qualifies for the Bassmaster Elite Series, he's good. He's earned his way here. He's earned every bit of it.
Well, let's go over and see Buddy hooked up live on the water. Another good fish. Not sure if it's going to help this time around, but Buddy, consistently catching them. Is numbers important in this event?
No, I was thinking about that, and it's something very important for me in the past, being on the Tennessee River, and I think all these elite guys know this. But maybe if you're just tuning in and not familiar with this lake and the chain of lakes on the Tennessee River, you've got to catch 5 quality fish. You're not going to win. I don't care what time of year it is. You've got to look for 5 quality fish.
Well, let's look at our tournament leader and his catches from today. Buddy Gross catching them early and often. And Davey, talk to me about that. On day number 1, I got to imagine in a tournament like this where you got to put the pieces together, those number of bites can be even more important because it's hard to put the clues together if you're only getting one clue every 2 or 3 hours.
It is, but that's where we talked about this a little bit earlier. The experience, the guys that have some experience, like I mentioned, not so much on Pickwick itself for Buddy Gross, but the Tennessee River has given. And Buddy Gross knows how to fish those flats off of the main river itself, but not go up into the shallow vegetation. Greg Hackney wants to make his living up there, so to speak. Man, when that water came up and it got clear in those places, he's chomping at the bits, even though he had a great practice. But Buddy Gross makes his living on those flats off the river itself, whether it's Chickamauga, Pickwick, Wheeler, it doesn't matter. But had a lot of success here, and after talking to him a couple days ago, I was like, wow. We never take our eye off Buddy Gross because everyone knows what a good fisherman he is, but we won't take our eyes off of him this week, that's for sure.
Definitely never take your eyes off that guy. And Buddy, coming into this event was a popular pick, as we've talked about, and has such a great track record. Is there any case to be made that, when we see Gussie, what he did at the last event, kind of what made him as lethal in that event as he was the lack of options. Is there any case to be made for that in this tournament?
For some guys, sure. I wouldn't say Buddy Gross because so much experience here.
All right, well, it's been a fun tournament, and the crazy thing is this is just day number 1. We are just getting started, and we're going to follow the action all day long here on Bass Live, and the sun continues to shine. It gets brighter and hotter, and the fish continue to bite. A new tournament leader in Buddy Gross with your Phoenix Boats Big Bass, but we are just getting started. Pay attention all day long on Bassmaster.com.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Following the day 1 action here, we got the weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Right here on Bassmaster.com. Definitely want to check that out.
Look at the picture of Mercer.
That is a great picture of Dave Mercer.
It is. Energy
Brian knew
up,
pointing at that
guys.
picture just because it's such a remarkable picture. I like that.
Love
Good
it.
stuff. Dave will be running that
Hey,
weigh-in.
Tommy, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you about that weigh-in. How many 20-pound bags today say you, Such, Ron?
Well,
we
I
talked
said
about
5.
that.
We talked
You said
about
5.
it. Such and I talked about it. I
3.
said 5 20-pound bags today. It's starting to seem
Ronnie?
that seemed to be a little liberal, but we'll see. Ronnie?
I have some friends who live there that had some bold, 20 plus. It's not looking like that, but I don't know. 5 sounds about right. 5 sounds about right. 6.
Such, you said
I
less.
said 3.
3. And you, Z?
Just with the different conditions, these guys having to figure things out today.
6.
6. Okay. All right. 6.
Chad Pipkins is closing in on one. He started with a 4.5 pounder. He caught a 5-pound 4 ounce up to third place with 17 total.
Hey, hats off, Chad.
I've really watched when Davey and Dave were on, Tom. If you look at, there's a lot of areas that appear that they're starting to, and granted, I know guys like Gustafson and Kennedy are back in a little further back in pockets where the water's a little bit cleaner. You see Hackney out near the main river. The one thing I will tell you is the majority of human beings that I know Ron spoke to, and I got to speak to before this tournament, thought that this tournament would be totally dominated from the Trace Bridge up Lake. And what I can tell you is, generally, further you go down Lake, the more stability, the cleaner the water. And here's all I'll say: we're starting to see some of those bigger stringers are from the Trace Bridge down Lake.
Down Lake.
Bassmaster Live.
All right.
Bassmaster Live.
Trace Bridge West.
And I think the only shallow place, I know obviously at the tail race of the dam where Chris Zaldane is, it's not deep, but it's just a different kind of shallow, but predominant largemouth shallow water. From the Trace Bridge to Takeoff, it's just this woodlands, coffee slough region that Hackney has spent most of his day in. Once you get past that Trace Bridge, when you have Bear Creek, Yellow Creek, Dry Creek, as you get towards state line of Tennessee, those creeks allow some shallow stuff to become in play, but a lot of that stretch in the middle are those bars and ledges, and that's where you see summer go down. But those bars, those shallow ones that were dry on Wednesday, are now filling in with those schools of fish that have moved up onto those shallow foot bars.
I think that's the biggest curveball. look, there's no secret. A lot of those shallow bars are where they mauled them in that tournament when we were covering Fort Loudon, where a lot of those huge local stringers were caught. And I think a couple of the anglers that we've been on today that got caught up in that game chasing that bite.
I'll run down further, run back up, fish around the islands and breaks. The water clarity is improving quicker up.
Brandon Polnick caught his limit early today. It's been about 3 hours since he's put a keeper in there. Huh. Let's get a little B&W trailer hitches live on the line. Some bonus coverage here. Michigan's own Chad Pipkins. Chad, having a good run here. Doing good today. What are we doing?
I gotta keep them hooked up, man. It's been different. Like, I had a good practice out here on the main river in the deeper grass. Now it's just a lot of current. Probably a little bit too deep, but I got a bite this morning on a place where I had caught some good ones, and it just gave me the confidence, like, slow down, maybe we can get some bites. And unfortunately, I'm having trouble keeping up with them because they get in that current and swim at you. And the first 2 or 3 I hooked, like, they felt big and they pulled off. And I just lost another good one that I stuck, and I know it was a big one because I just caught one about 5.5, 6 pounds before that. There's giants out here. They're just right now. I feel like they're hard to catch in this current. So hopefully I can get another 1 or 2 big ones. But I can't complain. It's been pretty exciting. I didn't know if I was going to even get a bite out here, and kind of where I'm catching them now is just up from where I actually caught them in practice. I kind of just moved up a little bit where I thought they should be because of the current. Hopefully capture a couple more.
Chad, can you kind of describe these areas in this heavier current that the fish are sitting in, and are they grouped up together or are they scattered out bad?
I've caught them here, but it's just like I catch one that I don't get bit for 20, 30 minutes, and it's just a weird deal. Like, I don't know if they're sitting there or if they're showing up, I mean, there's a lot of current out here, and it's one of the only places they can tuck in. Like, I've caught some good ones in the grass lines behind me, and I'm hoping if I can hang into the game longer, that should get really good. And it's kind of cleared up a little bit. As far as I thought there'd be a lot of people here, but it's just there's high water and it kind of trashed a lot of it. But I think if it could get right, it might help us out and keep not everybody there.
Chad, I didn't hear your first part when we first started talking to you. You have been there all day in that spot?
Not right here, just within within 3/4 of a mile or so.
Okay, all right.
And that's where I've caught them, and it's just, I don't know. Getting bit here and where I got bit earlier, it's going to hopefully give me the slow down in a couple places. But
are they all grass related?
Yeah, before it was all grass. Now it's a little bit of current. It's just more specific because the current, I think. But there's a nice patch of grass right off the tip of this little gravel bar that sticks out, and they're just kind of sitting there.
Well, good job, Chad. We appreciate it. A little bit of your time there. We'll let you get back at it. Looks like if you just hang in there, good things are coming for Chad Pipkins out there, moving up well near the top of the leaderboard. Scott Canterbury, a former Angler of the Year.
All right, come on.
Top left there.
The rookie race is heating up. Brian New up to second place.
Wow.
Called with another fish near 4 pounds. He's up to 17-12. And Joshua Strassner, his limit fish, he's in 10th place.
That's why they're here, though, right there.
My guy, as you would say.
It's your pick for Rookie of the Year. With ROI leader Justin Hamner sitting around 30th. New could make it up the 5 or 7 points he's behind.
Scott Canterbury, 0 fish. Did not see that coming. Oh, yeah.
Talking about all these fabulous rookies, which we seem to have a bumper crop of them each and every year. There's our Seaguar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. That's the current official standings as it stands right now. And yeah, there he is, the man Justin Hamner right on top there. Brian New, the winner at our first stop this year. Joshua Strassner, Ronnie's guy.
That's right.
Not out of touch with the leaders. Matt Robertson of Kentucky, Pat Schlapper from Wisconsin, Queen from the Carolinas, Kenta Kimura, Daryl Gleason of Texas, Mark Frazier, all rounding out our top 9.
And I think this was coming into the event, correct? This isn't
Yes,
like updated.
yes, not updated.
Yeah, there'll be
exactly.
some moves this week, which will be really interesting.
With New 2nd, Strassner 10th, Schlapper 5th.
And you get a good look at the color difference of where Buddy Gross is on the main lake compared to other anglers we have cameras with.
Which is really...
I'll tell you, Hackney has pushed his deal today a lot longer than I thought we'd see him do. I mean, we've not seen a 4-pound fish with Greg Hackney. We've seen a lot of hook sets, a lot of fish catches.
Yeah.
But he kept making the comment earlier today, Ron, when you guys were doing the live mix a lot, that he said, man, if I don't see a big one, I'm gonna bail on this. And he's pushed this today.
One thing that's interesting, where Buddy Gross is specifically, it's on like the inside turn of the river, the way it goes. You know, like the outer bend is on the opposite side of the lake from him. And I don't know, it'd be interesting to see if that side of the lake is dirtier, because where Polinick is, where Hackney is, where Canterbury is, it's all maybe 7 to 10 miles from him. But it's like, is this chocolate milk going to make it to Buddy Gross tomorrow? You know, has it made it that far down the river yet? Because some of those backwaters have obviously dirtied up because of how shallow and flat they are. But it looks like his is normal watercolor on the main river.
Wow. Brock Mosley, his second 4-pounder. He jumps into second place with 18 1/4.
Mosley, the Mississippian. This lake forms the border between Alabama and Mississippi, right before it moves into Tennessee there. So this is a tri-state effort here for some of these anglers. But Buddy Gross still, he showed us right around 11 to 12 local time.
That's the second one we had.
Buddy Gross definitely made the comment that he had 2 groups of fish, did not know their numbers, but this group right here, big numbers and big quality for Buddy Gross. A big lipless crankbait it looked like a second ago, and a big willow leaf spinner bait, chartreuse blade with a little red kicker on it, Tommy Sanders.
Buddy Gross with 21.6 estimated by Bass Track, still in the lead. We'll be right back.
Mama.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
A couple hours fishing time left for these guys who seem to be moving around pretty well here on the lake. Was not the case the first 2 days this tournament was scheduled for. Moving around would have been kind of hazardous. A lot of debris in the water. The wind blowing the wrong direction entirely for the volume of water that was pouring down. But guys getting around pretty good today. Buddy Gross, Chickamauga, this guy on top, healthy lead over Brock Mosley, who's made a recent climb into the top 10, and they're to second place. Brian New, who's already won one this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and Scott Martin, the famous Scott Martin, fishing his first year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Got to talk to Chad Pipkins of Michigan just a few minutes ago, Pat Schlapper of Wisconsin, and all the rest.
Really looking at that top 10, we've been able to look on our mapping. We don't give, exact locations, but here's the one thing I think that's been very interesting, at least about day one so far. Your top 10 anglers are spread throughout the entire system of Pickwick. Going to get back out to Buddy Gross right now on Bassmaster
Live.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he is done leaning on this spot too.
Man. We're just going to go ahead and see what's here, I guess.
I think Ronnie made a good point, as slow as this morning was for Buddy Gross and how many giant weights have been caught off of this lake the last 60 days. Yeah, you could tell listening to Buddy Gross, he doesn't feel like he's remotely near the lead right now, which is probably exactly what has kept him on this spot. Man, the Steve Kennedy thing blows me away.
Yeah.
He said he got so many bites in practice, 20 to 30 bites a day, not even trying. One fish in Steve Kennedy's live well.
Definitely has had some tremendous results here. It's just.
No, I bet he is beside himself. Well, you could tell as this day's gone along, that lake is definitely, Brandon Polinick said it a couple minutes ago, the lake has really started to filter out a lot prettier water back to some of these pockets.
Still got the water at or above actually flood stage, and will be at least through Monday, as they tell us. But these guys can deal with that. It's just so different from what it was a week ago.
Gosh, look at those 4 different pictures. Wow. It's really interesting to watch Buddy Gross work. You never see him throw this time of year a bottom bouncing bait when he's fishing offshore. Everything is moving. Spinner bait, big lipless.
Polnick again, fast start early today, and been pretty quiet for him for the past 3-4 hours.
Yeah, and I think, listening to Polinick after the first 90 minutes, I mean, he had by far the quickest flurry early this morning, fishing near the Trace Bridge, just call it that, and made the comment that he was really going to start kind of practicing, getting ready for tomorrow. And it has not been expanded upon.
No, it hasn't put a keeper in a long time. Chris Zaldain, of course, right where he started this morning, or not far from it.
I think one of the biggest surprises so far today is how many anglers we have cameras with, and how many of those anglers have started and stayed shallow. We've never seen a big female caught up shallow, and it's March, and granted that water, and the thing is that we've seen a lot of shallow fish caught, but not that, 1 or 2 swings of the bat of that, 4.5 to 6.5 pound bite.
You would think the calendar would almost dictate that we'd have a few of those coming up shallow.
Man, I have to still think that we're gonna.
Yeah. If you're just checking in with us on your Saturday afternoon here, let's take a look at the water coming through those floodgates on the Wilson Dam. You can see a big part of the story here. That's the upper left there where Chris Zaldain is fishing. And
well, he's kept it honest.
Oh, yeah. It's where he wants to be. He made no bones about that.
And Davey mentioned it. It's not specifically just the turbines of the dam generating current. This is just spillway water.
Absolutely.
This is just coming over naturally. They're obviously holding back some, allowing others to open up.
it's moving right through. I imagine it's a similar scene at the Pickwick Dam on the other side down.
Yeah, and see, Kentucky Lake's a big body of water, and Pickwick is too, to a certain extent, lengthwise and how much water it can hold, but they're not very wide where the dams are. It is very narrow from Pickwick to Kentucky Lake for a good while, probably until you get to the I-40 bridge is when it starts to open up, and that's well into Tennessee. So it's much more of a river than a lake, and so they can't decimate a community by letting out too much of Pickwick into Kentucky.
Looking at the generation charts, it's 192,000 cubic feet a second for both Pickwick and Wilson. Tomorrow, though, Wilson's going to knock down to 177,000, and then on Monday, 148. So it's going to go down with the water coming out of Wilson.
Eventually, you run out of water.
Much coming down. Wilson is completely dry.
Yeah, right.
I still think we're going to see some pretty big stringers somewhere during the next 3.5 days caught around that tail race, because it is, and it was interesting listening to Steve Kennedy talk about it, because every time we've covered him here, he's been fishing up under the tail race. He said, man, I tried to get that bite going. I feel like those fish are beat up from local pressure for the last 30 days. But, man, this is the time of year when that gig happens.
Z, it's like a bucket list trip. Some people go to Falcon, some people go places.
Absolutely.
The base of the Wilson Dam at Pickwick, in the horseshoe as they call it, is some of the best fishing you'll ever get during a certain period of time, and it's right around this time.
Ronnie, you'll love this. You'll love this. So when I was there a couple of weeks with Aaron Martins, I was up there. I just kind of checking it out, looking around, seeing what it was like. Where I was getting a lot of information for this tournament, just seeing where a lot of the pressure was at, right? There was only 3. If you look at all those gates that are open, there was only 3 gates open. I mean, there was I'll call it a sniffle of water coming through the horseshoe.
A nice amount.
There was 40 boats within 10 feet of each other right there.
We had a college event in 2019, the one that, a 3-day event. By the time we got to the final day, largemouth in the Woodlands region, shallow, probably spawning in the next week or so, ended up prevailing and winning that event. But the first 2 days dominated by smallmouth at the dam. And there was, at one point, I saw 81 college boats in the horseshoe region from bridge to where Zaldane is. It was incredible. And that kind of brings me to what I wanted to show off a little bit. It's still midday of day one of competition. We don't have a full day's worth of data yet. But when it comes to the lay of the lake and how it spans, you can go so far. We don't even have the farthest boundary of Pickwick in this screen. It's way up here into the Tennessee border. But when we're looking at 4+ pounders on Pickwick, they can come from many different places for many different tactics. And we mentioned it, some of these clusters explain it very well. When you see Florence right here and you see it on the map, that's the Wilson Dam, and you start to see a couple clusters of big fish get caught, and those are current-related fish. And then when you look at the tactics that would come in the Woodlands and the Coffee Slough region, that region's going to be predominantly shallow largemouth, not necessarily out on the main river currents, but those little bitty points, those little back channels and things like that. That's where you're seeing a lot of that sawgrass and whatnot that guys are fishing. Then you get to this region of Pickwick where the Natchez Trace Bridge is. That's roughly a 20-minute run from Florence to that bridge. This is where it really starts to be the summertime haunts, where you're going to see a lot of those guys win those May, June, July events, because a lot of the great ledges on Pickwick for the summertime are in this region of the lake, that Waterloo, Bear Creek region. But for these guys, they're also those shallow bars, and those bars are necessarily 3 feet to 7 feet sometimes on top, and they're the secondary bars almost. They're right beside the bank on some of these places. That's where we're starting to see some of those catches. And then when you look at the Yellow Creek region, the Bear Creek, the Dry Creek, some of those things will have some great offshore fishing on the main channel, but a lot of those creeks have great ample cover, docks at times, cypress trees, and some other coves and creeks that you can see some of these bigger ones. And as we see that, a couple clusters of these things, it looks like current has really been a big factor. Obviously, we're starting to see some of that shallow stuff in the Woodlands and those bars on the main river. Once you get past Natchez Trace, that's kind of how the big fish have been dispersed today so far.
Your favorite lake in the world?
My
right?
favorite lake in the world.
Okay.
And I'm very jealous that the college series got to fish in 2019 in April and that the elites are here in March.
Well, that's a special place. Absolutely
Yes,
is.
it
Thanks
is
for being
special.
with us today. We got another hour of fishing to bring you here on Bassmaster Live. Remember the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And let's get out on the water right now. And let's also consider, well, doing a little bit of, how about Striker Daily Trivia? Yeah, let's do some of that as we go to break right here.
God, I'm getting kicked in the teeth with these trivias, Tommy.
What was the big bass at the 2011 Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake? A decade ago, what was the big bass with a 712? An 8.2, an 8.4, or an 8.10? All right, so think about that. The big one here in the land of the big ones, Pickwick Lake. We will find out when we return.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Couple hours fishing time left on day number one. Day number one on a Saturday. Don't know if we've ever had that before, but let's pay off our Striker Daily Trivia. Now the question, what was the big bass at the 2011 Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake? Was it a 712, an 8.2, an 8.4, or an 8.10? Mark Zoni, you've been running roughshod over your fellow trivia players today. We'll give you the first shot.
Well, Tommy, I only got one right last year, and I want to apologize. I had the safety off when you asked that question,
Okay,
just for the
I
simple
hear you.
fact I saw that bass caught when we were at that event, and it is D, 8 pounds and 10 ounces. Again, apologies to all the live viewers, Tommy.
Okay.
Well, Tommy, based on my
I'm going
memory,
with
you know,
D.
I'm gonna go with D as well from what I've seen.
Well, let's take out the wrong answers and see which is
Ding,
the right
ding,
one
ding.
here. Ah, yes,
Y'all
it is
got
D,
it right.
8.10.
Maybe it's too
Yes,
easy.
Clever. Very well done.
Yes,
Well done,
yes.
Mark Zoni. Fantastic.
Thank you.
The work you put in 10 years ago is paying off. We go out to Steve Kennedy. Steve Kennedy struggling mightily today.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Wonder what you do to get off the schneid in trivia, Tommy? You listen to the answer of the guy who's on a hot streak in trivia.
No doubt. No doubt.
Boy, we got a big fish way near the Pickwick Dam, Ronnie.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, maybe right here,
Trying
too.
to turn up the trolling motor. Big old smallmouth, too. I can't tell how it hooked. Can't tell how he's hooked. Dude.
Little Choppy the Clown service here.
What?
That fish absolutely terrified him when he bit.
That cool looking little spot there. Looked like
Yeah, it is.
a fun place.
Bridge.
Okay, now we're gonna
There you go.
progress here. So I want to make sure this one gets in the boat.
Barely had it hooked.
Take a listen when Steve sets the hook on that fish. I think it horrified him.
Good Lord. I was trying to turn up the trolling motor. Big old smallmouth, too.
That's so interesting.
Can't tell how it
He
hooked.
was doing something different. He was reeling that spinnerbait back, paused to reach down and do his trolling motor, and got the bite.
Yeah.
Like just.
There you go. There's your clue.
There's your
There's your clue.
What do you say we
duplicate
head
that.
back down Pickwick right now and get with that filthy little sewer possum? Greg Hackney live.
Down near the Pickwick Dam, Clark Wendlet with a 6-pounder jumped about 30 spots,
Oof.
tied for 10th
Nice.
or 9th.
If I'm gonna help or not. Have to look. Maybe. I don't know. I ain't looking. Maybe it's a chunk, you know. God, it bit.
I jumped on it. I didn't even check it. I was like,
Oh, I need to. What is wrong with this?
You know what? I'm about to put some of them over here. I guess I got water over there, so I can do that without any trouble.
Greg had to sort that out as we check in on Brandon Polnick.
Remember Scott Martin was having a pretty good day? He just landed a 5-pounder. He's up to 19.2 back in second.
Wow.
And he did that probably 30 to 40 miles.
From his starting spot.
Maybe 40 to 50 miles away from his starting spot.
Goodness.
All right, let's head it back over to Greg Hackney Live.
The deal is there's all that grass out there. You know?
Great lead in.
I mean, it's just.
Kobe Krieger just filled his limit out with a 4-pounder and a 114. He started with a 6.6. He's up to 7th place.
I kind of want to somehow, after last year at Champlain with him, I'd love to get a camera on Kobe in this event.
You would.
Yep.
He brings it.
Boy, that water is pretty colored compared to this morning.
Mm-hmm. I would love to see the water past Bear. You know, like we haven't had a camera with someone who went that far.
Yeah, I thought that on them other sides. I'm like,
me too.
I can get bit on one bank and can't get bit on the other. He didn't fish much, you know. I thought he stopped up there and was going to fish that way, you know. I guess he thought I was going around that, you know. I just was going around there to peep, you know.
Justin Atkins. Not a limit yet.
Wow, that's...
Ron, that does things to that fantasy situation.
Yeah.
A lot of folks picked him.
A lot of folks, Such.
50% of the...
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't feel so bad because, I mean, you know, I'm riding
Did
with
you go
half
with the
group.
chalk?
Yeah, I went with him. I did.
48.4%.
And people were asking why you might have switched up your team from practice to now since all the water and all the changes. I didn't, because who's going to know how to adapt better to his home lake?
Absolutely.
That he's seen the floods up
Sure.
and down. And his game plan looked very, very strong with the 45 and steeper banks early this morning.
Back to Brandon. Oh, Brandon Polnick hooked up. Let's check this out.
It's a giant catfish or something. Oh. Gosh dang you.
And that is a dadgum good one, too.
Oh, man.
I don't know what the better catch is,
Big
that
old
one or the
cat
striped
daddy.
bass from Zaldane earlier.
Striped bass.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Oh,
Striped bass
man.
was meaner looking.
Had me all sorts of fired up. Oh, this is... Trust me, we don't got what we want. But I really want my bait back. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it back though. I mean, it is gone. And it is a big old cat. Come on. Come on. He's kind of just doing whatever he wants to do. I can barely even move him. When he was all wrapped up, it was a little easier. There's a good look at him. No, you bring that back to me.
Tommy, what kind of a cat is that?
Is that a channel cat, Z?
Reindeer games?
I think I don't know.
So-called channel
Ron?
cat.
Oh.
I think so.
Dinner? I don't know.
I think that's a channel cat.
Yeah, I do too.
There is a picture on Bassmaster.com taken back in the 1940s. Was it part
In
of
the
your
40s,
art?
I found that from
That's
the...
a great picture, Such. A bunch of guys standing in front of the spillway there. with the water down, and they are holding up the biggest collection of giant catfish.
30, 40, 50 pounders.
Gar and everything. And it looks like, oh brother, where art thou? You know, everybody's got their overalls on, and they were killing the catfish.
I love historical
It looked like an old
that.
hunting camp photo.
Yeah. Except one guy had this Chariots of Fire tracksuit on, which was just really bizarre. You gotta see that. All right, let's do a comparison now. If Brandon gets this in, see which really wins the meat race here. Is it the striper or is it the catfish? No, I think it's gonna be the catfish.
Yeah.
Wait,
I think it's the catfish, guys.
How quickly he landed it, how big it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he wasn't afraid to touch it.
Oh, Brandon tried to get his crankbait back there.
Friend of the program, you guys are absolute idiots. That's a blue cat.
A blue cat, okay, there you go.
That's why this is Bassmasters.
Friend Jay from Kentucky. Learn your species, guys.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, and that picture, that dude, you're right. It's a Chariots of Fire, and I remember seeing that picture in the last week. Such, you're the one that dug that picture up?
Yes. I think Such took the photo.
Fella just had a incredible eye for fashion in that. Like he's really stands out from the rest of the guys.
He really does. It's a remarkable picture.
That was a mess. Thought I had a big old giant largemouth at first.
Yeah, Z, with as much water that has moved through the system since Wednesday, Thursday and Friday has just tons of current. For the dirty water to have really only made it to Coger and the Natchez Trace Bridge, and it hasn't quite made it up to Waterloo yet is interesting. You know, it's only made it about 20 minutes downriver.
All right,
on the main
drifted way off that, but I couldn't leave it on spot lock. He was too heavy. I couldn't drag him against the current. So I had to drift with him to get a hold of him.
But if you just looked at that watercolor where Zaldane is and has been all day, man, it looks good now. It looks really good.
I'd be all right if there was.
Wow, look at Kennedy.
I know, I can't keep
mean,
my
he
eyes
is
off.
being flushed. Oh, that is so mentally exhausting.
Or if Kennedy surprised you, Z, Scott Canterbury still fishless. And how about John Cox fishless?
That's...
Is that official?
It's his Bass Track pinged it.
I mean, we've been
does have a Marshall.
121. It pinged at 121,
Wow.
both of them. Canterbury, too. Camera.
Wow. No, I would not have seen the John Cox thing either. No way. Nope.
You ready? We're gonna swap is.
And he's in that Woodlands region.
Nobody
Z.
home.
Wow. How much water are we supposed, Ron, do you know how much we're supposed to drop tonight?
I do not.
Level-wise?
Yes.
Not much. Couple inches. 320 to 321 from 414.50.52 to 414.45.
It's for everyone.
Again, Brandon Polinick's been a while since he put his last keeper in the boat, but hey, he did some good work. He's hanging in there in the top 10, and Brandon Polinick, well, his average is 1 win every other year in his decade with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we caught up with him, and he told us what really makes fishing different from anything else.
The cool thing about our sport, about bass fishing, is that it doesn't matter where you're at right now watching this. You can make it to this level, right? There is opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your cultural upbringing is. Doesn't even matter how much money you have. There is opportunity for everyone to make it. Every guy here has a story, you know, of struggle and financial problems and all of these things. But they had a dream, they wanted to make it, they had a passion, and this is a sport that actually saved a lot of guys, right? That it gave them something to hold on to and to dream about. And I know when I was 8 years old, growing up in Idaho, everyone said there's no way you're gonna fish professionally on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And I pretty much dedicated my entire life to it. And so I'm a perfect example of being able to come from a place that's not known for bass fishing and being able to make it to the top level of this sport. So if I can do it, any kid out there watching right now is able to make it.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Got an hour and a half's fishing time yet to go here. Day number 1, postponed for 2 days, but we're underway. Almost got the first day in the books, but a good bit of fishing time left for these guys. Buddy Gross took that lead about a little after noon today, and he has hung on to it tightly since then. Scott Martin, though, has punched back a little bit. He's back within a couple of pounds of Buddy, and Brian New, and Brock Mosley, Chad Pipkins, and all the rest. Be interesting to see. Weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. So that's that picture we were talking about. This is back right after the dam was completed, and all the guys in their overalls.
Yes.
And this one guy is like, I say, chaps, do you mind terribly if I photobomb your fishing trip? Do you mind? Just hold still.
And you know when he showed up dressed like that, everybody else was like, oh, great. Tommy, give it to me one more time.
Someone had to be the guy to go out and retrieve the cats from the water.
That's swimming attire.
Tommy, one more time. Tommy, one more time. One more time.
I say, chaps, do you mind terribly if I photobomb your picture? Yeah. I know you've got those catfish and everything.
So great. Oh, that looks eerily similar to where Brandon Polinick started this morning.
Yeah.
Like
exactly
that 20-yard stretch.
Yeah.
Alrighty, took us all dang day. We got number 5. That's more like what I expected to catch right there.
Not the exact stretch, Tommy. That was the exact cast that Polinick was making earlier today.
That is a dangerous area he's in, too. They could get right in a hurry. Notoriously.
I can't take the voice of the guy wearing that. I can't get a good fish right there for Justin Atkins.
What would you
mind
call
if
that?
I was
If you have
to
the
cut in line,
prospector,
boys?
if you have the prospector, Tommy, what would you call? Who was that for your impersonation?
Who was that?
So we can refer to that. Yeah.
Oh. That's
your English chap.
Lord Tennyson.
Yeah, British chap.
British chap.
Lord Snoofy.
listen to your live, they want to get an update on your day. And
Marion St. James.
So this morning we started out really strong. I felt like the fish were biting. When you have a high bluebird, high pressure day, it always seems like there's a good morning bite. And I just landed around some this morning, got a few bites really quick, and as Brandon Pollock likes to call them, they were decoy bass because they sent me all over the lake wanting to throw that spinnerbait. And the further I got down the lake, the less I liked it. It really seemed like in practice, this upper end, the fish were already kind of up on the bank, and down the lake they were still out pretty good. And this water jumped up, and I just, from what I think right now is, the fish that were already on the bank on this upper end slid on up with the water, and those fish down there just haven't acclimated to it yet. So we made our way back up. I made a couple passes down the banks. I caught some on this morning with no good, and just trying to find something different to do. And that's a good little spawning pocket. Fish pull up in it early right there. And this little wing dam's right out here at the top side of it to protect it. And it was just a good current break. It had a lot of options right in this area, so I just pulled over here and wanted to fish it all. And luckily, we caught us a big one right here off this current break. So I know a few more places that make good little current breaks. We ain't got about an hour left to fish. So I'm gonna try to fish them all, as quickly as possible, but efficiently, and see if we can't cull maybe one more time before the end of the day, and we'll at least have a better idea of where to start tomorrow morning with some things to look for and not chase that goose down the lake. It definitely needs another day or two down there to get those fish up and wanting to bite.
Justin with his limit. Justin was got a great resume. Among the things on his resume, he was a second place to Brian New, Angler of the Year in the BassPro.com, the Falcon Rods Angler of the Year competition. Kind of how he got out here. Former Forest Wood Cup champ. 32 years old, lives right here.
Yeah. Last Bass was pretty critical listening to what he just said, feeling that those shallow fish have popped up lake shallow a lot faster than where he was led astray for a long time this morning, fishing the bank down lake.
See what Chris has got here.
Oh my God, he came off, dude. No, it was a catfish. Slimered me.
Atkins has kind of proved it at every level. Before he went to college, basically, growing up in Mississippi, loved to fish. Started fishing local, weekend tournaments and whatnot. He started fishing the TBF and whatnot, and won that as, I believe, a co-angler, which was like $50,000, gave him the chance to fish. But his buddy, which happened to be Jordan Lee at the time, told him, hey, college fishing's blowing up, you should come and try it. Went to Mississippi State and became one of the best college anglers, and then jumped in and became a pro since 2017, the year he won the Forest Wood Cup. So Atkins has done it every level along the way. Now he's on the elites.
Yeah, he's got a great resume. A lot of credentials for that young man. Now, originally from Mississippi. Now, I didn't know that, Ronnie. That's interesting. Got some more fishing on the way here on Pickwick, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Here's Greg Hackney. This is live.
I couldn't turn it. I don't know why it came off. I caught a glimpse of it. I can't figure out what happened. Oh my gosh. I couldn't turn it. I mean, I got it. I got all of it. You know what I mean? I don't know why it came off. God, I picked up and I pulled down and just started out away from that stuff. Wow, man, I freaking jacked it too. I don't know why it came off. I did too. I was trying to catch up with it. I mean, I never, you know, it never got slack. I mean, you know what I mean? It was loaded on the rock. Dang.
It's his biggest bite of the day by far.
I could never pull it up. I never pulled it up where I could see it. I mean, I was on it right here too. Damn. I don't know. I didn't get no hurry either because it was just, I picked up, it was just heavy, it just pulled down a little bit. I was like, he got it. You know, I didn't feel him bite. I don't know. Man, every one of them's been hooked so good. You know, the bigger one, I didn't even think about that. Dang it. I couldn't pull it up. I was torquing on it too. Now, how in this shit does that happen? I mean, every one of them been right through the dang center of the head. I'll catch that one for sure, you know. It'll help me. Now look where, I mean, right through the damn skull. There ain't no way that fish could have got how it came off. I don't know. Dang it. Dang it.
Greg Hackney's gonna
how did I just jack that one right through the head and then that one come off?
They're in 32nd place for Hackney right now as it stands, about a 2+ average. For his
Looks like the current's moving where Steve Kennedy's at.
Bill Lone with a 5-pounder. He's up to 19 pounds, 5 ounces, second place.
But if you look at that fish that Atkins caught, Tommy, and that one that Hackney's missed, a couple bigger ones showing up here late in the day, shallow.
Kennedy catching one at 14 miles an hour.
They really pull when you do that.
Begging and just barely hooked.
Just
barely hooked.
Two big misses here.
Even in a rock, he was on a tree.
That's one of the problems in that current. They kind of tear out of themselves.
Hold on.
Man, if Kennedy would have connected with what he's hooked today, not a lot of bites, but he would have a really solid stringer.
A few hundred yards upstream toward the dam, we pick up Zaldane.
We made the comment earlier this morning on our Fox broadcast that you're going to see some pretty solid stringers that'll look a lot better on paper at the weigh-in. Where a lot of these guys that are going to be over 15, 16, 17 pounds, they did not catch a lot of bass today, unlike guys like Scott Martin, you know, who caught 20 bass in the first hour.
Oh my gosh. Losing a lot through here. It's the way the line's moving. Boy, the line's kind of S-turning through there. There's a lot of fish here, man. Like everything's eating right here. Just need a couple big ones, man. Got plenty of time.
Interesting to see how, with these conditions, Jason Christie ends up at the end of the day. Our bass track, unofficially, we have him at 0, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
He doesn't have a time stamp. See, I think he's not on bass track at all. Like his unit's down.
Doesn't have a marshal, and we know Jason Christie, love him, hate him, whatever, does not want to put in bass track on his own. So it will be a fun mystery at weigh-in.
Unless he doesn't have any fish, then it won't be any fun.
Well, it's to be fun weigh-in. 99, possibilities other than that.
Oh my gosh.
If you're a Bill Lowen fan, it looks pretty much like we're going to be in the boat with Bill Lowen tomorrow all day. He's in second place right now, just a couple of pounds behind Buddy Gross. Chris Eldane knows they're there. Steve Kennedy just needs to put some in the boat. Picked up with some good fish today. Greg Hackney. Ditto for him. Lost a good one just minutes ago. A little brutal for some of these guys in the final hour and a half of fishing time here on Pickwick.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Got a little fishing time to share with you. We're going to swing through Texas for a couple of events next month. And then back in June for the biggest of all the events, the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. First time ever scheduled for Fort Worth, Texas, Lake Ray Roberts. Should be some good stuff there. Big time sports town, just a great town to visit. And we're expecting big things from the lake as well. Just a few moments ago, right when we left here, in fact, to take our commercial break there, we saw Gerald Swindle hooking up. I'll show you how that turned out.
Three fish in Swindle's live well.
Wow.
Stay on there. I don't think it's 15, but I'm gonna measure. You can bet your butt on that. I'm gonna measure. I wish you would be 15 fish. I know you're not, and I'm not gonna get my hopes up. Because you are 14 3/4. You're a pretty spotted bass, but can't ride with me. How about that?
Well, music, huh?
It's time to reconnect with a friend that took care of us all day long, a master of the Tennessee River. Well, he went on a flurry, and we said we were going to see one of those flurries today. It was a slow, painful grinder, Tommy Sanders, for Buddy Gross early. And at about, man, call it between 10:30 and noon off of one main lake spot, Buddy Gross went on a tear. I mean, look at that Pickwick stud. And he's calling them 6-pounders. I think there's a couple in his live well that got a few ounces on 6 pounds. Buddy Gross doing his damage with a big chartreuse bladed spinnerbait, little red kicker blade on there, and a big lipless crankbait. Buddy Gross, by far and away, he is our power pole replay of the day. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to tease tomorrow and get to talk to Buddy Gross tonight. Kind of want to find out what is so special about that spot. Hey, Buddy Gross, you are the power pole replay. Watch him snatch this up just like a little baby cub right here. 79 gill grab, loving it. Absolutely loving it right there. Power pole replay of the day, Buddy Gross. Kind of saved the day, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah. Boy, that was awesome. That was like jaw-dropping to watch that whole thing. Parked right there, in just 1 hour's time, loads the boat with big ones.
And it's, you know, what's going to be interesting to watch Buddy Gross is, like I said, he was concerned about today, like every one of the anglers that were on, you know, with the extreme conditions. Zaldane hooked up Bassmaster Live.
Golly. I'm a catfish hole.
A smorgasbord for Chris Zaldane today.
I'm telling you.
But Buddy Gross talked about before this tournament started. He said, I've got 2 groups of fish. I don't know how many's on it, but there's some quality there. The area he started in, as young Ron Moore said, notoriously a lot of tournaments won this time of year, which I would totally agree with Ron, to see if he can get that first group of fish where he started today to somehow go tomorrow into Monday.
Where do you go, Trent? You want that?
Scott Canterbury, Jeff Gustafson.
Ooh.
0 fish combined.
That's just boggles the mind right there.
Stunning.
There's time, though. We may be ending
stunning.
the broadcast soon, but the weigh-in's not till 3 o'clock. That's first flight. Some anglers have till
That's right.
4 o'clock to
catch
fish.
a limit, both of them.
3 Central, so 4
Positive in,
Eastern
negative out.
for weigh-in, 4 Eastern.
Our time's up in just a couple of minutes here.
I'm starting to get concerned about my 6 bags over 20 pounds.
I'm a little worried about
But
my 5.
Cautiously optimistic.
Could be a powerhouse final hour, though. You never know.
And it very well could be.
That's why I'm more and more confident, Tommy, of my 5.5 20-pound bag prediction. That's
5.5.
The half all you got to have
line.
is 10 pounds, though.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
sure. Yeah, that's easy. Well, not easy, but
Got a couple chances with the guys not on Bass Track.
yeah, Jeff Gustafson just absolutely took him apart up there at the other end of the river. Fort Loudon, Tellico, and Scott Canterbury. I mean,
Right. I mean,
he's the man. He's the Alabama guy.
oh, yeah.
Well, tomorrow, as we did today, we will see you on FS1, Fox Sports 1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time for 3 hours of coverage. That's on the Fox Sports app. Good stuff there.
Here's going to be good stuff.
7 hours in total tomorrow between Bassmaster.com and FS1 and the Fox Sports app. The weigh-in coming up today, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's about 1 hour from now. Push the whole field to get a shot at it again tomorrow. This is only day one, on a day when we would normally be contesting day number 3.
And I will clarify, Tommy, it's 3 p.m. Central local time. It's 4 p.m. Eastern time.
That's right.
Yes.
4 p.m. Eastern.
4 p.m. Eastern for
3
weigh-in.
Central. 1 hour from now.
I'll take it.
Everyone was pretty much starting from scratch today. Man, we've saw some spectacular fish lost today, that is for sure.
Actually seen quite a bit of that. Imagine where Buddy Gross would have been with that other 6 to 7 pounder that he lost.
Oh my gosh. Well, it's been a lot to look at today. Tomorrow will be interesting as well, but we will see you at the weigh-in 1 hour.